refresh this. Go to live. Click that. Copy that. All right, now yes, I'm doing okay. Wow, that was quick business, huh? You got here fast. Just a moment. Let me mute that so there's no feedback. Let me pop out chat. I'm sending out a link to this YouTube video here for a moment, so appreciate your patience while I get this ready to send out. Let me go to here, trade chat. Sending out notifications before the stream actually begins. But we are live now. Here is the link. Now I'm going to Twitter. Let's see. Twitter. Home. Live stream going now for Bitcoin price action. September 24, 2024. The link is below. All right, let me do one more post. Settings, profile. No, that's not it. Let's go status. We are having a live stream now to discuss current price action along with current social, economic, political, and geo-political events. Link. All right. those sent out. Let me put that down. Let me put this down. All right. Hey, Granddaddy Perp. Happy Bananas. Business Hub. Thankful y'all joined me here. I know I've been away for a while. Getting my house ready to sell has obviously taken longer than I thought. Also had to hunt a squirrel. Darndest thing I've ever seen is right after I'd finished the front on a high-pitched slope of my roof. I've been noticing a squirrel climbing up on my scaffolding that I put up on the house to do work on the house. I didn't realize it had done what it had done, but it had actually went to the edge of my roofing on the slope and went to the edge, pulled it back, chewed away, gnawed away some trim that I just painted, and made a hole to get in there at the soffit for the overhang of the roof there, crawled down even further, building a nest. At first I was thinking it was a woodpecker that had gotten up there. I didn't know at first, but then when I was working on the scaffolding a couple of days ago, I heard something. I'm like, what is that noise? Because it's right just on the other side of me where the scaffolding was. And come to find out, it had chewed a hole in my soffit. Not only did it chew away underneath the roofing and pulled back the roofing to get into the soffit, it went down the slope a little bit, making a nest, and also chewed or clawed out a hole in my soffit. And that pissed me off. That pissed me off after painting all that. That pissed me off. Anyway, I spent a day sitting there with my pellet gun waiting for the squirrel to show up. And I got him. I hit him in the body. It took off. I haven't heard it in the roof yet, but I have to set the scaffolding up at that location again and repair that and paint it again. But I'm going to save that for last. I'm getting ready to move my scaffold around to the back to finish the back because I had the front done. Actually, I just finished the front, just finished staining my cedar shutters that I have on the sides of each window in the front. But I'm not going to set up the scaffolding again at that other location where that squirrel messed up, just in case another squirrel or the same squirrel climbs up my scaffolding again when I have it up in the back and goes around there to tear it up again. If I were to fix it now and then it goes up there and tear it up again, I'm going to wait and repair that last. But yeah, that was very disappointing. Hey Spacey, good to see you. Yeah, I know it's trying to find a place for the winter. I used to feed them. I used to feed squirrels, chipmunks, and birds around the house. But then when I did that, that attracted field mice. Then I started having some field mice. I started finding field mice in the house. I had to set up mouse traps in the house and kill the field mice. But that also made me stop feeding the birds, squirrels, and chipmunks. Because I don't want field mice in my house. We'll wait a couple of more minutes before we get started. I'm giving time for people to arrive from my Discord, from Twitter or X now, and from TradingView. I don't know how many we have viewing at the moment. One, it says one watching. I know it's more than one. I know it's more than one. I'm going to refresh this and see how many it says is watching. No, it says 11 watching. Okay. And let me go ahead and get a chart. Hey, Timmick. Again, we're waiting a couple more minutes before we get started, and let me go ahead and increase this font size one click. Maybe you can make out the top left-hand corner right here. 11D, 11 day, right here, 22 day. I imagine it depends on the size of your monitor. I'm on a 55-inch TV, so the time frame may appear very small to you where you cannot make out what the time frame is. I increased the screen font one more click to maybe help out a little in that regard. And we're basically going to ignore all of these with the yellow energy for now. This indicator and this indicator are the same indicator. My Phoenix Ascending True Excess indicator, both of them are the same. It's just they have different inputs. 9, 6, 1, 2. Hey, that needs to be 2 and 6. Apply. And you'll see for this one, I have 9, 6, 1, 2, 2, 3. That's not 6, that's 3. So that drastically affects the red line, the PA red line, a little bit by not being 6. One more minute. Taking sips of coffee here before we get started. By the way, this is the mid-term group of time. No, this may be the long term. This is the long. No, this is the macro term, because I see 4-week time frame. This is the macro term, and then I have super macro. Super macro is 2-week, 3-week, 4-week, 5-week, 6-week, 8-week, 10-week, 12-week. But again, I call that super macro. Here's just macro, which is 11 day, 22 day, 23 day, 24 day, 25 day, 26 day, 27 day, 28 days, which is 4 weeks. All right, let me take a couple more sips of coffee and we'll get started. Even on traditional Phoenix, the level of this red line, like even in the 23 day, the 24 day, the 26 day, I mean, this looks good for the 27 day, the red line. The red is just above magenta upper, level 60. Here's magenta lower, level 40, but the red is just above magenta upper, level 60. And you see the price is now bounced off the magenta upper B band in this 27-day time frame. With my new Phoenix Ascending, you see the green rising, red making contact with the green while going up, indicating upward pressure. The energy has not quite gone up above 50 yet. It's at 47.81. Again, this is the 27-day time frame. We have 2 days and 9 hours remaining before we get a new 27-day candle. At which point, I want to see if this red line can make a U-turn to attempt to go up from the white upper level 70, not the white lower, but the white upper level 70. Hey Katie, welcome to the stream. I want to see if this red line can make its way up from the white upper level 70 within Phoenix ascending true excess indicator. But notice how the green's going up on Phoenix ascending true excess. The red's not even making contact with the green on traditional Phoenix ascending with inputs of 9, 6, 2, 25 for the blue LSMA. But that's the inputs for the traditional Phoenix ascending. I know it used to be 9, 6, and 3, but for at least a couple of years now, maybe 4 years, I've had it set for 9, 6, and 2 for the traditional Phoenix ascending. But you can see how I have more control of the green line, the red line, the energy with this indicator, this version of Phoenix ascending versus this version. But we see the green coming up, the energy coming up, getting close to going up above 50. But what I'm wanting to see is if this red can go up from white upper level 70 to imply increased odds of going up from the white upper B band within badass B bands to depends on how high that green, depends on how high that green goes. Of course, you note here where the green and even the blue and the red went up to orange level 100, synonymous with the orange B band. When the blue went up when the blue went well up above orange, let me go to inputs, style, red, that's level 110. Level 110 red and minus 10 or negative 10 down here for this red. But even when the blue, the green extended above the orange, trying to head towards the red, and the blue made it up to the red, and you see the price peaked out at the red right here before then eventually getting some downward pressure right here. Remember, upward pressure continues until that energy goes below 50, and that energy has remained below 50 for quite some time. Even on the traditional Phoenix, you see the energy has remained below 50 for quite some time. If we want significant upward pressure to occur again, to potentially leg up to higher highs, new all-time highs, it would definitely help for that energy to get above level 50 in this 27-day. All right, but what kind of has me concerned at the moment, like even looking at this 22-day, using traditional Phoenix, this red is not even ready to go up from magenta upper, much less white upper, which has me wondering if this might be a death triangle forming right here. Same thing for Phoenix ascending true excess. Red is below magenta upper, not even looking like it's wanting to make an attempt to go up from white upper. So, and also keep this in mind, the blue is at level 74, meaning just above the white upper B band may be acting as resistance with the red below the blue. Yeah, I know the green is overextending above the blue, but that blue is, you might as well say, in between white and aqua. So could we go up just a little bit above the white at around 68, 69,000? That's possible if we do get a move up, but then does it keep going up? Do we break out, go up from the white upper B band? Well, in order for that to occur, as I was pointing out, we need that red to be on the verge of going up from the white upper in the old traditional Phoenix ascending, and we need the red to go up from the white upper in my new Phoenix ascending. Phoenix ascending true XS. I'll just call it PAT. Phoenix ascending true. PAT. P-A-T. And I call it true because you have true fine tuning within this version of Phoenix ascending versus the old version. So that's my major concern at the moment, y'all, for Bitcoin, is that this red still has quite, and it's 18 days, 9 hours remaining in the current 22-day candle. 18 days, 9 hours. So this red has a lot of work to do to go up from the white upper. And let me go full screen with this for a moment. Let me go full screen. And the reason I'm looking at this high of a time frame is because it helps to look at macro, y'all. It helps to look at macro. Let me go ahead and move this. Here, I see that we were overextended. Here, the red was just below magenta upper, and here we are going up from, we overextended up from magenta upper. And the energy was above level 50. Okay, so that is possible. So we see 50-50. I'm going to say 50-50 chance at the moment of us still breaking out, going up. Now again, that's looking at the technicals without factoring in current political, geopolitical, social, economic, and financial events in the world present day. Let's look at other time frames. Just a minute before I do. Here, like the red going up from magenta upper. Red going up from magenta upper. Price going up from magenta upper. Red going up from white upper. Price goes up from white upper. Red going up from blue or aqua upper. Price goes up from aqua upper. Going down from orange upper. See, we opened up near the orange upper. Now we're going down from it. So I'm going to say, just a moment, let me put a couple of circles on here. We see it is possible based on what we see right there. Right here, with focus being the red line. Focus being the red line going up from magenta upper. The price overextended up from magenta upper. We went up to the aqua upper. Yet the red was not even anywhere near aqua or white aqua upper. We were overextended there for a bit, and then we ended up coming sideways down, ranging sideways here for a bit, because you see that wick where it went up and then came back down. We're ranging sideways there for a bit until the red can finally catch up with where the price is on the B bands at around aqua upper. Now here's the red catching up with it at aqua upper, and the energy is not even down to level 50 yet. So we still had potential for more upward pressure to continue, which it did. All right, but again, emphasis on where the red is right here just below magenta upper. Even traditional Phoenix, red just below magenta upper. Same thing present day. Red's just a little bit below magenta upper. Red's just a little below magenta upper. So right now I'm going to say 50-50 when looking at the 22-day time frame. Let's look at other time frames. Let's look at other time frames. That was the 22-day right here. Red came down near yellow level 50, and the price wicked down to yellow B-band basis a few times. Even in the 26-day, red's down here at yellow level 50, but the price just wasn't down there at the yellow B-band basis. That must be, yeah, I see now, because the red is above magenta upper in the 27-day, right at magenta upper in the 4-week. We couldn't go down from magenta upper just yet. And now with the green going up, yeah, it's going to have a hard time going down from magenta upper. So that's why we haven't gone down to the basis. So again, it helps to look at these higher time frames, to where in the lower time frames, yeah, it looks like we could come on down to the yellow B-band basis, like in the 23-day, the 25-day, the red at yellow level 50. So the 26-day, it looks like we could go down there, but it just doesn't want to go down there and stay down there, because the red is not really ready to go down from magenta upper in the 27 and 28-day. Let me look at the super macro group before we go to lower time frames. Yeah, it has been a while since I've been live. Alright, the 2-week in traditional Phoenix, in traditional Phoenix ascending, red going up from yellow level 50. Price is up from, at the moment, is up from the yellow B-band basis. Even in my new Phoenix ascending, red is currently going up from yellow B-band basis. I still need that blue to go up above yellow level 50 to see expansion up. Traditional Phoenix, red and blue above yellow level 50 here in the 3-week. Same thing here. Energy is at 54. Energy here on traditional Phoenix at 32. Red at 56.76 is rounding up here to 57 from 56.76. Take a sip of coffee while I'm still looking here for a moment. Red above magenta upper. Red above magenta upper, price above magenta upper, price above magenta upper, red above white upper in the 6-week. This was 5-week, this was 4-week, but here in the 6-week, red is still above white upper, red still above white upper is actually a white aqua upper, in between white upper and aqua upper, and the price is in between white upper and aqua upper. All right, we still have 26 days, 9 hours remaining in the current 6-week candle. This energy can go up above level 50 here. We have potential to see another decent move to the upside here. So in that case, I would say, remember a minute ago for the 22-day where I was saying 50-50 of us going up from magenta upper right here, similar to what we did right here, how we overextended up, 50-50. Now based on what I'm seeing, like in this 6-week, I'd say 60% of going up from magenta upper in the 22-day, because the 6-week, 6 times 7 is 42 days. That's almost double 22 days, almost. It's not quite 44 days, it's 42 days. Hey Ryan, good to see you, bud. Hey mister. Yeah, this currently has a chance of going up, but real soon, when I say has a chance of going up real soon, I'm talking about hard, going up hard with authority, like right here. To get a move like that with expansion, red and blue is already above level 50 in traditional Phoenix. This is the 8-week, by the way. Red and blue is already well above level 50. We need that energy to come back up above level 50. Just like right here, the energy red and blue. Energy red and blue. Once they all, we were waiting on the blue. Once they all got above level 50, the next candle, what did the B-bands do? Bam, they expanded, opened up, and the price went up with that expansion. So we have the red, blue, and green in traditional Phoenix, and in my new Phoenix, or PAT, Phoenix Ascending True, red and blue and green, they're above level 50. We need that energy above level 50. If we can get that in the 8-week, the next 8-week candle, 12 days, 9 hours from now, we have potential to see the B-bands expand, open up real good, and we go up with authority, which kind of blows my mind based on what we are currently seeing economically, financially, socially, politically, and geopolitically. I mean, yes, it makes sense for people to be exiting fiat into crypto. My concern is all this fiat currency that was created out of thin air, that I'm sure quite a bit of it has been used to accumulate Bitcoin along with other cryptocurrencies for the purpose of manipulation. The same as how they create much of it out of thin air, much fiat out of thin air, in order to manipulate traditional markets, the stock market, bond market, commodities, currencies, the Forex exchange. I mean, my gut tells me that they will dump the stock market soon. The question is when. According to their timing, when do they want to do it? I don't think they want to do it where it just looks naturally occurring, dumping for no reason at all, according to them, because according to them, the economy's great. When I say them, the Federal Reserve, the U.S. Treasurer, Yellen, according to them, the economy's great. According to Bidenomics, that inflation's coming down and all. That's BS. I know it. Y'all know it. That's BS. they need an event, because they know by lowering interest rates, inflation is going to begin to increase once again. The more and more they lower interest rates, the more inflation we're going to get, especially if they end up having to do QE. Then, gosh, we could see a Zimbabwe or something like that here in the U.S. eventually. But they don't want that to occur without an event. They need an event, preferably war, to distract everybody from their failing fiat monetary system. Distract them with event or multiple events that ultimately lead to war. Because to me, crypto can't help but fall too, along with the stock market. In my opinion, they're going to want to dump it along with everything else. In my opinion, I could be wrong with that. Again, that's my opinion. Does that mean it's going to stay down? Crypto, whenever they dump it along with the stock markets, if they dump it along with the stock, is it going to stay down? No. Because as soon as the markets open back up, why am I saying that? As far as soon as the markets open back up, I still believe there's going to be a hack of the financial system, including exchanges. Even the Dow, the CME, you name it. There's even crypto exchanges. There's going to be hacks. That's why I recommend do not have very much of your capital on any exchange, even crypto exchanges. Right now is not a good time to have a lot of your capital on any type of an exchange, because those exchanges keep your fiat currency deposits in a bank, and if that bank gets hacked, everyone on that exchange is going to suffer loss. The exchange is going to make sure everybody suffers loss in order for that exchange to remain open, alive. Everybody's going to take a hit. I've mentioned this before in the past. So please do not have much of your capital on any exchange, whether it be traditional or crypto exchanges. Please do not do that. I will have a look at Nasdaq here in a bit, but right now I'm still looking at Bitcoin. I wanted to look at my super macro group here, even in the 12-week, right here to the bottom right hand corner. My new Phoenix ascending, we see the green coming up, red and blue making contact with the green while going up, indicating upward pressure. It has not closed there yet, of course, but keep in mind, 2 months, 8 days. 2 months, 8 days remaining in the current 12-week candle. So right now, from what I'm seeing, they could pump the markets, traditional and crypto, mainly focusing on traditional markets at the moment. They could pump it to make it appear that everything that the Federal Reserve and other banks did by lowering interest rates, after they did increased interest rates at first to supposedly deal with inflation, and they have manipulated numbers coming out saying inflation has come down, what we did had worked, now it's time to reduce interest rates according to their propaganda. And now with their unlimited funds that they create out of thin air, pump these traditional markets, crypto go along with it as well, pump these traditional markets to say, hey, see, I told you everything's fine, the markets are pumping, everything's great, Bidenomics worked. Then lo and behold, we have our event or multiple events, such as a hack of the financial system, terrorist attacks, you name it, multiple events all at one time, and then the markets plummet, tumble for their great reset, because they need to destroy their system, because their system is already coming to an end, and they want to bring us all into central bank digital currencies to have even more control of all of us. That's the way I believe it's appearing at the moment from the indicators, at least from Bitcoin, looking at Bitcoin at the moment, even at the 12-week. The 12-week time frame right here, the 8-week, 6-week, 26 days, 9 hours, 12 days, 9 hours, we get a new 8-week. On the 10-week, 12 days, 9 hours, we get a new 10-week. 12 days, 9 hours, we get a new 2-week. 5 days, 9 hours, we get a new 3-week. On traditional Phoenix ascending, need that. We have the red, blue, and green above level 50. We need the energy to get above level 50 to have a chance for expansion up. But hey, this red is not ready to go up from white aqua. White aqua, see, like right here, red going up from white aqua. Red going up from white right here. Red going up from white. Here we were overextended up. Red going up from aqua upper. Price going up from aqua upper. Again, for how low that red is, if we have a good strong push up, especially up near the orange or red upper B band at around 88,000 to 102,000, but especially at around 88,000, if we pump up to that orange in the 3-week, let me go ahead and go full screen with that for a moment. If it pumps up all of a sudden the next 3-week candle that begins 5 days, 9 hours from now, and let's say this red makes a turn and it finally gets up above magenta upper, the red finally gets above level 60 to, let's say, 65, but that red is nowhere near aqua upper or orange upper. But if that price gets on up here at or above the aqua upper or orange upper, we are severely overextended up. Especially if that occurs early in the next 3-week candle, we all of a sudden, boom, go up like that. In my opinion, the end is near if you see that. Because there's nothing, the red line is not up there to near aqua or orange upper to provide support for that price action to stay up at that aqua or orange upper. Like here, the red is well above the white upper for quite some time, and each time we open up, red's open, the price action opens up just above the white upper. Now we open up at the aqua upper, now above the aqua upper, and the red's right here at the aqua upper. Red's all around the orange upper, getting up near red upper that's not on there at the moment. Now it's on there. And you see how we made it up to the red, red, green near the red, but especially in here. And the aqua upper is holding support because the red is nowhere near aqua upper to go down from aqua upper. Right here, when the red is getting here at aqua upper, going down from aqua upper, look where the price fell from. It fell down from the aqua upper. But again, back to this present day in the 3-week time frame, that next 3-week candle that begins 5 days, 9 hours from now, at that time, we should likely see all lines, the red line, blue line, green line, and the white energy above level 50. Well, currently, on my new Phoenix Ascending, we do have red, green, blue, and in this case, red energy or magenta energy, or actually, let's call it pink energy. All of them are above level 50 on PAT, Phoenix Ascending True. And here we are going up. Are we seeing expansion? The B-band's expanding, opening up? No. The odds of expansion up, I would say, is about 30%. Why? Because we really need that red to go up from white upper. We need the red to go up from white upper in order to have increased odds of seeing these B-bands expand, open up like we did right here. See how the red and blue are going up from white upper? That in this high of a time frame, the 3-week time frame, it helps to see the red going up from white upper or going down from white lower before seeing expansion down, or going up from white upper to see expansion up in this high of a time frame. So it's not just level 50, seeing the red, blue, green, and energy going up from level 50 to get expansion. No, yeah, you have a chance of expansion, but you have even greater odds of seeing expansion up if the red and blue are above level white upper, level 70, are going down from white lower, level 30. That begins increasing the odds of seeing expansion down. So can the price go up here? Yeah. But can we see significant price going up with expansion like what we got here? We have a better chance of that if we have the red, blue, green, and energy, all of them above white upper. And this red being at 57, nowhere near level 70. Red here at 56.75, round up to 57. You know, it's not quite ready to go up from white upper yet to increase the odds for expansion, which would increase the odds of a significant move to the upside, just like what we had here. I don't see that yet in this 3-week time frame. I just don't see that. So I want you to be aware that if sometime over the next couple of weeks, let's say over the next 4 weeks, 5 days, 9 hours remaining in the current 3-week candle before we have the next 3-week candle for a period of 3 weeks, plus these 5 days, 9 hours, pretty close to 4 weeks. Over the next 4 weeks, we have potential to see a pretty significant move up. Now, depending on how high this price does go up in this 3-week, if we make it up here to the aqua upper, and this red is nowhere near white aqua or aqua upper. This red is nowhere near white aqua or aqua upper, but we get up to the aqua upper or higher, we are overextended up. At that point, I would be paying close attention to lower time frames to begin looking for bearish divergence. What is bearish divergence? What does it look like on Phoenix Ascending? To identify divergence, when the price is going up, we pay attention to the tops of the white energy or the tops of the peak energy. I made it pink here for Phoenix Ascending True. Like here, the price is rising, so I pay attention to the tops of the white, in this case the pink energy or the white energy. If this peak and this peak are falling. Are falling. Are falling. While the price is going up, I pay attention to the tops of the energy. When the price is falling, I'm paying attention to the bottom of the energy. Paying attention to the bottom of the energy. See, we're seeing bullish divergence where we get a chance to go up here. All right, but was here the price held up at white upper? I think you can see why. Was the red ready to go up from white upper? Was red ready to go up from white upper? No. Well, that's serious resistance at that white upper. So basically, we had a death triangle. We had a death triangle right here. Price came right back down pretty hard. But notice right here, aren't the energies still rising? Aren't the energies still rising while this price was falling? Yes, so we still had bullish divergence here. Again, when the price is falling, we pay attention to the bottom of the energy. That's why I'm really using this one for shorts, not longs. So ignore this one with the yellow energy. I'm just focusing on the peak energy and the white energy. This is traditional Phoenix ascending. This is PAT, or Phoenix ascending true, where the price is falling, yet the bottoms of the energy is still rising. Now here we have red, green, and energy above level 50. But bottom line is red is right here at yellow level 50, and we were overextended down. The price had to come back up to get back in line with where the red line was. Red line is just above level 50, so we were overextended down below aqua lower. The price went briefly below aqua lower, yet the red was nowhere near aqua lower for us to keep going down. You know, that's a prime example of overextension down. So the price was highly likely to come back up to get back in line with where the red line was, which was above yellow level 50. So the price came back up above the yellow B-band basis. Again, that's overextension down. That's what I'm wondering if we may get right here in regards to overextension up. Here, the red was nowhere near aqua lower, so it popped right back up. Same thing here. If we get up near aqua upper, or even the orange upper, and that red is nowhere near aqua or orange upper, if we shoot up all of a sudden, the 5 days, 9 hours remaining in the current 3 week, and all of the next 3 week candle, if we shoot up like that, going up, similar to the way that we went down right here, that's overextension up. Expect the price to immediately come back down to get back in line with wherever the red line is. That's what I'm saying. It's starting to look like that could be their plan. Who's there? Those who manipulate, the composite groups, the composite man that Wyckoff normally referred to or called as the one who manipulates, or in this case the groups that manipulate, because there's groups, in my opinion, groups of central banks around the world who have accumulated Bitcoin, and they want Bitcoin to fail along with everything else, where only their central bank digital currency is what rules the world. They want to control all of us with their central bank digital currency. And when I say control, I mean control. Have us in fear of even speaking out against them. Why would we fear? Because they would totally freeze any of our capital, all of our assets. I mean, they would have complete, total control of us, period. But that's, when looking at the indicators, that's kind of the story. When looking at my super macro groups, the 2 week, 3 week, 4 week, 5 week, 6 week, 8 week, 12 week, that's kind of beginning to look look like what they may be up to. I want to look at Nasdaq here for a minute, y'all. I want to look at Nasdaq here for just a minute. Yep, we are going up as I anticipated. When I say going up as I anticipated, Nasdaq. Y'all see this chart where I have the 1.618 at 20,875. Excuse me, 21,875, 21,875. Yeah, I posted this July 8th. Well, it's actually updated on July 8th. I posted it on June 19th. I see June 19th right here. All right, let's have a look at the indicators. Let's have a look at the indicators. Let me make sure I have 961226. 961226. Let me take another sip of coffee real quick. This is the 90 minute. This is the 30 minute. Price was going down. We pay attention to the bottoms of the energy. Bottoms of the energy were rising. Bottoms of the energy were rising. Bullish divergence. That next candle right here, when it opened, then we plotted a rising energy, bottoms of the rising energy. We plotted that at the very open of that next candle. Odds were it's going up. Blue is already above level 50. Very close to level 50 here with the red line. It's at 49.04. So will we get expansion up? Odds are fairly decent of getting expansion up, but so we see that was a shakeout. But just want to look at other time frames. Red is above magenta upper. Can we go up from magenta upper? Yep, we're going up from magenta upper. So that was a shakeout. And by the way, this is the 4-hour time frame. Red's going up from magenta upper. We have 2 hours, 6 minutes remaining in the current. Two hours, 6 minutes remaining in the current 4-hour candle. So we opened up with it looking bad. Now they wanted to liquidate some shorts, try to anyway. The short squeeze is on now. Hey SC Global, welcome. Ah, Mr. Liquidator, okay, I got you. Good to see you, bud. Note here in the 24-hour for the Nasdaq. Traditional Phoenix ascending. Red is above, white upper. Now, especially with this blue above white upper, we're getting expansion again. Expansion up. So just as I mentioned earlier, a few minutes ago, when we were looking at Bitcoin, like in the 3-week time frame for Bitcoin, the current 3-week candle has 5 days, 9 hours remaining, and it currently looks like upward pressure for Bitcoin. And it could very well has potential to continue going up the next 3-week candle that begins 5 days, 9 hours from now. I mentioned before that y'all know they just lowered interest rates, and they're saying that they lowered them because what they did by increasing interest rates reduced inflation according to their manipulated numbers. But you and I know that's propaganda. That's their numbers are manipulated. Inflation is not going down, period. That's the thing about inflated prices on most things, especially at the grocery store. Each time they say they lowered inflation, where we've had inflation rear its head before, especially like back in the 70s, did prices ever go back down to what they were in the 50s? After inflation went up, then they reduced inflation by raising interest rates up near 20%. I mean, they back then they raised the interest rates up real high. They want to make us believe, the Fed wants to make us believe that what they did by increasing interest rates combated or reduced inflation according to their manipulated inflation numbers. They don't even factor in grocery items anymore in their inflation numbers. Things that they don't. They're manipulated numbers. Now they're lowering interest rates because they're saying what they did has helped. Now they can lower interest rates when actually it's the reverse. What they did ruined the economy by raising interest rates when they did. And they see now they've really kicked it over the edge, so now they're lowering the interest rates, but they are manipulating the markets right now to make it appear as though what they did helped with the economy. That's not the case at all. This is all just plain manipulation, period. There's no reason for all these layoffs that we're having everywhere. Yet the stock market, the Nasdaq, and it should be taking off, rising? No. Look at their profits in all of these large corporations, public corporations. They're terrible. They're terrible. There's no reason for the stock market and all to be going up this high. No reason at all. It's pure manipulation, period. Don't be surprised if we have an event potentially somewhere within the next 4 to 8, I'm going to say 4 to 7 weeks. Don't be surprised if we have an event somewhere within the next 4 to 7 weeks, or multiple events within the next 4 to 7 weeks, where we see the stock market and even crypto crash. Probably as far as Nasdaq goes, I wouldn't be surprised if it falls down to, let's say, around somewhere between 16 and 17K. The Nasdaq. That's right here. 16,642 right here. We're going up again right now at the moment. Yeah, could we be going up to the 1.618 at 21,875? It's possible that's what they could be doing. Again, to give the illusion, hey, what we did was great. The stock market was rising. You know, everything was fine. Bidenomics was working fine. What the Federal Reserve was doing was working fine. See, look at the markets when they're the ones manipulating the markets. Then we have events that could ultimately end up in war. That's the main event that they want, to cover up all this crap with their fiat currencies. Then we end up having those multiple events occur. One of them, I believe, being hacks of the financial system, even hacks of exchanges now. I'm telling you, even crypto exchanges being hacked, banks being hacked. Another reason to try to get everybody over into their central bank digital currency. So you don't have to worry about these banks. You know, just this one centralized system here. We're taking care of everything, the security. Y'all won't have to worry about that anymore, according to them. Really, the more centralized everything is, the more prone you are to a hack or a catastrophe from just a single hack. We all know that, but at least that's the story that I see that they're working out. That's when looking at my indicators that we may be very close to seeing overextension up in the 3-week time frame. Overextension up in the 3, just like what I showed you with Bitcoin. That red line is nowhere near going up from white upper, much less aqua upper. But if that price goes up to aqua upper or higher, near the orange upper, we would be dramatically overextended up. The price is about to come back down if you see that happen. Let's look at the 3-week for Nasdaq. This is the super macro group for Nasdaq. Super macro group. That would be the 2-week, top left-hand corner. 3-week, 4-week, 5-week, 6-week, 6-week, 8-week, 10-week, 12-week. All right, the 3-week is right here. Now for Nasdaq, it's different from Bitcoin at the moment. Red is going up from white upper. Let me see if this is 961226. 961226. Yes, it is. Let me make this energy magenta so that it's in line with, excuse me, pink. All right, here the red and blue are above white level 70. You see 70.89, 71.46. So especially in this high of a time frame, the 3-week time frame, that red and blue get above white upper. See how the B band's opened up? We have expansion up. Price goes up significantly. We're about to see the same thing again. Price is beginning to go up significantly. We have 3 days, 5 hours, instead of 5 days, 9 hours, like we have for Bitcoin in the 3-week. It's 3 days, 5 hours for the Nasdaq. Why? It's not counting Saturday and Sunday. This only goes to the end of day on Friday for actual trading hours. Now, what I'm wondering is if this next 3-week candle, that energy, if it ends up only going up to white level 70. Why am I saying that? If it ends up only going up to white level 70, the next 3-week candle, price is rising, you pay attention to the tops of the energy. Price is falling, you pay attention to the bottoms of the energy. If the bottoms of the energy are rising, especially right here, and now this red's getting ready to go up from white lower, the price can go up from white lower. That's just to show bullish divergence. When the price was going down, we'll pay attention to the bottoms of the energy. Bottoms of the energy are rising. In particular and key as far as a swing trade that you're going to be in for quite a while, key is, number one, you want that blue to get above 20, but it would help to see that red get above white lower, and the blue get above 20, white aqua level 20. Then you have a much better chance of, number one, seeing contraction of the B bands. They're no longer expanding. We're no longer seeing expansion down. We'll begin to see contraction up. And our bullish divergence that we're seeing here with the bottoms of the white energy rising while the price was falling, that's in line with that too. Got my blue going above level 20, my red going up from white lower, so the price can go up from white lower. Those were key as far as a long-term swing trade right here when looking at the 3-week time frame. This was brief bearish divergence right here. It immediately came right back up. Why? You would have to look at higher time frames higher than the 3-week time frame to see if we could break down from this magenta lower. But was the red anywhere near magenta lower? No. So you can see why magenta upper. That's magenta upper B band. Was the red anywhere near magenta upper level 60? No. Here the red goes down from magenta upper, but here the red goes down from white upper. Here the red goes down from white aqua. Price goes down from white aqua. That was the key here, with red holding up above white aqua level 80. Now we're getting ready to break down from level 80. That's understandable. You would want to look at lower time frames, lower than this 3-week time frame, to see when to get out of that trade right there. You would have seen bearish divergence there. In fact, let me go ahead and move. This is the 3-week time frame. Let's look at 2-week. Yep, that's definitely bearish divergence. Let's look at 1 week. Bearish divergence. Price was rising. Tops of the energy falling. Tops of the energy falling. Red going down from magenta lower. From magenta upper. Price goes down from magenta upper. Red and blue going down from magenta lower. Yeah, the price went up to magenta lower, but that's where it stopped. That's where resistance was. We went down again. Bullish divergence here in the 1 week. Price is falling. Bottoms of the energy are rising. Bottoms of the energy is rising. Red and blue above level 50. White level 30. Red and blue above white level 30. Right here. Above white level 30. In particular, the red above white level 30. Even right here, again, the bottoms of the energy continue rising. You understand why we're going up. White upper was resistance. Again, you would have to look at higher time frames. This is the 1 week. If you were in the 2-week or 3-week, you would have saw why we would have held up right there. Would not have continued higher. But let's get back to what I was talking about. don't be surprised if the next 3-week candle, our energy tops out at around white level 70. Even here for traditional Phoenix ascending. You know what? I want to say this too, y'all. I was saying the next 4 to 7 weeks. 7 weeks. Is that after the election? I want to say it is. 49 days. Yeah, and there's less than 49 days in the election. $30, $37. $44. Yeah, the election is 44 days from now. Two more 3-week candles after the current 3-week candle. It's possible that they make everything supposedly look great with the markets even up to the election, but after the election, especially if Trump wins, they want their events and the market crash based on those events, not based upon their system actually being the scam that it is, where they create money out of so-called money out of thin air. And put interest on it, forcing all the people to pay taxes to take care of this interest on this so-called money that they created out of thin air. It's not backed by anything. What the hell is the good faith and credit of the United States? That ain't no damn backing. That's debt. Was the Federal Reserve or any banks faithful in not creating excessive money supply out of thin air to avoid or keep their currency from inflating? No. Let's get back to Bitcoin. Hold on. Just before I do, let me look at other time frames. This was the 3-week. 4-week red is up, going up from white upper. Red going, here's the price going back up from white upper. I see bearish divergence here in the 8-week. I see bearish divergence in the 6-week. Yeah, I know the price is still going up, but when we get that divergence, when it kicks in, watch out. That's why I like my new Phoenix Ascending True, or PAT, P-A-T, Phoenix Ascending True, where you have true or better fine tuning of each individual line or energy within Phoenix Ascending compared to the old one. Here we see the green coming up properly, unlike the, oh shoot. My bad, y'all. My bad. My bad. I was not even showing the damn charts. My bad. I hate it when I do that crap. I hate it when I do that crap. Alright, back to the 3-week. for Nasdaq. Man, I hate it when I do that crap. Red and blue are going up from white upper. Price going up from white upper in the 3-week. This is Nasdaq. To be specific, Nasdaq 100E mini on the CME exchange. Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Even on my new Phoenix Ascending, red. That's only my premium subs. That's only my premium subs that it's available for at the moment. It's the invite only script available to my premium subs at the moment. I don't know that I will ever make it available to public. Oops, I already had that on there, but y'all never saw it. Price is rising. Tops of the energy are falling. Bearish divergence. Tops of the energy are falling while the price is rising. Here, when the price is falling, we pay attention to the bottoms of the energy. The bottoms of the energy are rising. Red going up from white lower. Blue is finally above level 20. Level 20 and level 80 are key, y'all, especially for the blue line. But we got the blue going above 20. Red at that time is going up from white lower, so we have definite increased odds of the price going up from white lower. And since the blue, we already had the red above 20. Once that blue got above 20, we can stop seeing these B bands expanding. In this case, expansion down. We can begin to see contraction of the B bands and the price going up. I call that contraction up. We stop this expansion down and we're beginning to see contraction up. When we have both the red and blue finally above level 20, we can begin to see contraction of the B bands to stop this expansion of the B bands down and begin to see contraction of the B bands and the price going up with that contraction. But to get expansion up, this was contraction up. To get expansion up, it helps to see both the red and blue get above white upper, level 70. See the B bands begin to open up, the price go up from white upper, we get expansion up. My apologies for y'all not seeing that earlier, that I did not have the chart up when explaining that. Hey, welcome, Poland. All right, but we are currently seeing signs with the price going up. We pay attention to the tops of the energy, the peaks of the white energy, or the peaks of the pink energy. In this case, for Pat, Phoenix Ascending True, price is going up, the peaks or tops of the energy are falling. We are beginning to see bearish divergence. We are beginning to see bearish divergence. It's possible that the next 3-week candle, it's possible that may be, we may see the peak of our energy at the end of the next 3-week candle. Then the next 3-week candle after that, that's why I was saying somewhere between 4 to 7 weeks. 4 to 7 weeks. The remainder of this 3-week, all of the next 3-week, but then the next 3-week candle after that begins October 21st. Monday, October 21st. The 3-week candle that begins there. Somewhere during that 3-week candle, We will also have the U.S. election during that next 3-week candle, because if you look at the next 3-week candle after that, that begins November 11th. Well, the election is on November 5th. All right, so it's possible somewhere during that 3-week candle that begins on October 21st, Monday, October 21st, we may begin to see our crash. Significant crash of everything. Will we even be allowed to sell after their event? In other words, will they want to even get out of the market, dump the market before their event? Because that's why I say it could be multiple events. First, some other kind of event, terrorist related. First, to have an excuse for the markets to come down. Then the financial hack, where they even hack exchanges, banks, whatever. Then it's too late to get any of your money out. Even if you have a short open at the time, you're going, man, this is looking great. I'm fixing to make me a ton of money. Only for the exchange that you're on to be hacked, and you don't make any money. In fact, you lost money. I'm serious now. I'm serious. They are planning on financially ruining, wrecking a lot of people. Everyone. This is my opinion, y'all. It's rather obvious to me. But again, this is only my opinion. This is not financial advice, as mentioned in the description. This is just simply me providing my opinion. All right, but again, that's looking at the Nasdaq. That was the 3-week time frame right here. The 3-week time frame. That's what I was looking at. Look at the 8-week. I'm going full screen with the 8-week. Especially when you have them like this. Back to back, energy above 50. Energy never went down below 50 before coming back up. It remained above 50. This one went a little bit below 50. But price is rising, energies are falling. Bearish divergence. Especially when the red went below, went down from white upper, price goes down from white upper. The reason I mentioned that, looking at that there, look at this here. Price is rising, and the peak or tops of the energy are falling. I'm just going to have it like this for now. Let's say again, the price is rising, but the tops of the energy are falling. I say bearish divergence is approaching. 10 days, 5 hours remaining in the current 8-week candle. The next 8-week candle begins October 7th and ends December 1st, because December 2nd will be the beginning of the next 8-week candle after the 8-week candle that's approaching. The 8-week candle that's approaching begins October 7th. Sometime during that 8-week candle, that energy goes below 50. Energy goes below 50. Similar to here, when the energy went below 50, it started falling. And we're probably going up to the orange upper B band, or within proximity of it. That's 22,279 for the Nasdaq 100E mini futures on the CME, Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Well, this chart is not the CME. This is the Nasdaq 100 index on Nasdaq. This is not the CME. See how it's currently 19,964 here, where the CME is 20,187. It's higher. All right, so where for the CME Nasdaq futures 22,275 roughly for the 1.618, on this Nasdaq 100 index is little less than 22,275. Here is 21,875. It's where we might be going up to, somewhere within proximity of this 1.618 fib extension. This is the 1 week time frame. What do my B bands look like here? All right, we're about to go up from white upper. Does my indicator support that? Red's not quite there at white upper yet. We're going up from magenta upper, and the price this weekly candle went up from magenta upper to the white upper, but this weekly candle's not over yet. But we are above level 50, meaning we can see expansion up. Red and blue above level 50. B bands expand, open up. Red and blue above 50. B bands can expand, open up. Red and blue above 50. B bands can expand, open up. Red and blue above 50 right here. B bands can expand, open up. Red and blue going down below 50, expansion down. Notice I'm saying 50 here instead of white lower or white upper. I'm saying level 50. Why? This is the 1 week time frame. It's not a 3 week time frame. Once you get to around the 2 week, 3 week time frame, especially 3 week or higher, you typically need to see the red and blue going up from white upper to see expansion up, or going down from white lower to see expansion down. And that high of a time frame, 3 week and higher. I forgot I had changed my font, so this should make it look a little bit more presentable. I want to change this to 2 week for a moment. And that red's below magenta upper. Red's below magenta upper. We're currently overextended up at the moment. 10 days, 5 hours remaining. You know, this is starting to shape up like what I was mentioning, that I believe we're going to see overextension up. And that's what it's currently looking like in the 2 week on the Nasdaq 100 index. Let me look at the 3 week for Nasdaq 100. Red's above white upper. Red's above white upper. Price is rising. Tops of the energy are falling. Tops of the energy are falling. This may be the last peak. It may peak around white upper level 70 before the next 3 week candle after that, beginning October 21st. That carries on to November 11th. Well, the US election is during that 3 week candle that begins October 21st, but the next 3 week candle, yes, we could keep going up. But the next 3 week candle after that, look out. We may see our bearish divergence take hold and it begin to plummet. So I believe the end is approaching. It's getting near. We're not quite there yet, but it's getting here. It's getting here. Again, that's my opinion. All right, enough of the Nasdaq. Let's get back to Bitcoin. One minute, 2 minute, 4 minute, 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15, 30, 1 hour, 2 hour. Three hour, 4 hour, 6 hour, 8 hour, 12 hour, 24 hour, 2 day, 3 day is what you see here. Let me increase the font size again. In the daily, price is rising, tops of the energy falling. So we see a little bit of bearish divergence there when looking at the daily. Where could that bearish divergence potentially take us down to? Well, ignore this indicator. Ignore this one. I'm only paying attention to this one and this one. Look at the level of the red line. It's way above white upper. Red line, way above white upper. If we did see a move down all of a sudden from white upper, I believe that would be a shakeout. It would come right back up rather quickly. Because the red's not ready to go down from the white upper in this daily, in this 24 hour. To see us go down and continue going down for a sustained period of time. I just don't see that yet when looking at the 24 hours. So yes, we currently have some downward pressure, and this white upper B band at 62,590, let's just say 62,600, that may be our support for a while. 62,590 is what I'm going to say. That may be our support for a while. When I say may be our support for a while, even the next daily candle, I don't see this red, the next daily candle, quite ready to go down from white upper. And it may be the next daily candle after that, what the green and energy have popped back up and we never went down below the white upper. Certainly the magenta upper at 61,375, let's say 61,375. The next candle will be 61,400. No, 61,800. The next daily candle, 61,800. The next 24-hour candle. So yeah, we are seeing some bearish divergence, but hey, don't just assume, oh, bearish divergence is about to dump. No. That's why we have to pay attention to the levels of our red line. Not only in this time frame where we see bearish divergence, because yeah, there's bearish divergence, certainly not bullish divergence, but we have some bearish divergence, but is it much, very much divergence? Not apparently, not that much right now, because look how high the red line is, well above white upper. So the price is still holding above white upper when looking at the daily. And again, this is based on probabilities. It's not guaranteed 100%. This is based on probabilities. All of our trades are based on probabilities. And it's just this bearish divergence, potential bearish divergence we're seeing in the 2-day. potential. And now keep in mind this 2 days not over yet. Let's go to the near term group, which would be 12 hour here in the bottom left, 24 hour, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day, 6 day, weekly. Kind of bullish divergence, kind of, in the 6 day, the weekly. I like how in the 3 day the red is above white upper. That next 3 day, let that green and energy pop back up, at which time the blue is also above level 50. Everything's above level 50. The red going up from white upper. The price can go up from white upper. We may see it. We have decent chance of expansion up the next 3 day candle. The next 3 day candle that begins in 2 days and 8 hours. So for now, the next 2 days in the daily, this red may hold up above white upper. Yeah, the green may overextend down some, where we could come down to the magenta upper around 61.5 to 61.8. But as far as going down from a continue going down for a sustained period of time, this red is so high in the daily, I just don't see us going down for a sustained period of time. Like here, the red's going down from white upper, price going down from white upper. This red is nowhere near the white upper at present. Again, the red going down from white upper, price going down from white upper on that daily. Red's nowhere near white upper. The red is nowhere near the white upper here. So the next daily candle, could we see some more continued downward pressure? Yes, it's possible, but would it be significant enough downward pressure resulting in us going down below the magenta lower B band for a sustained period of time? To go down from 61,500 for a sustained period of time? No, I don't see that. If we have a move down, I see that as a shakeout currently. Because there's actually a decent chance for this green to pop back up the next 3 day candle, which means this energy in the 2 day time frame. Let's go full screen with the 2 day. Let me get this drawing tool here. Just showing you that energy in this 2 day time frame can continue on out for a while. To give you an example of that, that's kind of an example. That too. Again, reminder, this is the 2 day time frame. I don't know that I'm going to find what I'm looking for. There we go. This is just to give you an idea of what the energy can do in the 2 day time frame. That's just to give you an idea. So do not assume that our white energy present day in the 2 day time frame my bad, this is taking a minute. do not assume this white energy in the 2-day is just going to drop like a rock. You know, it could drag on out for a while. It could drag on out here for a while. This red and green keep rising, stay on up around 100, and then drop somewhere in significantly, somewhere in late October, early November. But to see if that narrative aligns what we're seeing in the 2-day, excuse me, to see if that could potentially align with higher time frames. Let's have a look at those higher time frames. The red's currently right at level 50, but the price is overextended up above yellow big band basis. That's the 4-day. 5-day, red and blue going up from yellow level 50, red and blue going up from yellow level 50. We already went up from yellow big band basis. Let's look at the 6-day. Red above level 50, red above level 50, price just a little bit above yellow big band basis. Red in particular right at or just a little bit above level 50, price just a little bit above yellow big band basis. Red just a little bit above yellow level 50, price is just a little above yellow big band basis. Blue is approaching level 50. It's at 48.49. Energy still rising. The red closes above level 50 in the weekly. That's going to trigger upward pressure that lasts for how long? Until this pink energy or white energy comes back down to level 50, just like right here. Red's above level 50 along with the blue. But in the red in particular, that energy gets above level 50, upward pressure continues until the white energy comes back to level 50. Alright, so our energy is still rising at the moment, yet our red line is above level 50. So upward pressure is there at the moment, which means sideways at worst, upward at best. During a period of upward pressure, sideways at worst, ranging sideways at worst, upward at best. We have no downward pressure at the moment rearing its head in the weekly. So yes, this white energy in the 2-day, I don't expect to see it just wham drop down all of a sudden, based on what we're currently seeing with the red, blue, and energy in the weekly. This energy in the 2-day could ride on out for quite a while, and we can probably see this energy that's currently going down in the daily exhaust eventually. It may continue with downward pressure the next daily candle, but then the next daily candle after that, that energy exhaust and that downward pressure exhaust, and we begin seeing upward energy again, and the red remains above white upper. So the price remains above white, or at least the candle's closing above white upper. We might wick down to magenta upper, but anticipate the candle's closing at or above white upper, because the red is still above white upper in the daily. So yes, I can see that scenario, us range sideways at worst with 61,400 is probably our lowest support. But in my opinion, support is where candles close, not where they wick down to. Yes, we could wick down to 61.4, but right now current support is definitely at or above white upper, because the red is still at or above white upper. It's actually still above 80. All right, let's go to higher time frames. Let me hide my drawings. All right, in the bottom left, we have 4-day, then 8-day, 9-day, 10-day, 11-day, 12-day, 13-day, 14 days, which is 2 weeks, 2W, 2 week. Red's just above yellow level 50, price is just above yellow B-band basis. That next 2 week candle, see the red's above level 50, upward pressure is there, which means sideways at worst, upward at best, and this upward pressure continues until the white energy comes back down to level 50. Red's above level 50, energy's above 50, so upward pressure that continues until the white energy comes back down to 50. So we still currently have upward pressure that results in sideways at worst, upward at best, if you're in a long position. Again, that's the 2 week. Red's going up from magenta upper in the 13 day. Red's going up from magenta lower, excuse me. Red's going up from magenta lower. Here's magenta upper. Red's going up from magenta lower. Price went up from magenta lower. And this 13-day candle is ongoing, has 5 days, 8 hours remaining. The next 13-day candle, the red, may be above yellow level 50. Will the blue be above level 50? Probably not. Will the blue be above yellow level 50? Probably not. Meaning we may not see expansion up for Bitcoin. We may not see B-bands open up. Yeah, the price could go up to the white or aqua upper, but will we begin to see the B-bands expand, open up, and the price continue going up with expansion, with authority? The next 13-day candle? No. The next 13-day candle after that? Maybe. But the next 13-day candle after that, now we're beginning to get even closer to the U.S. election. Get even closer to an anticipated event. One thing we do like seeing as well in the 13-day in particular, do y'all notice something? What else in the 13-day is providing a bullish sentiment? Ignore this indicator. Ignore this one. We're only looking at this one and this one. I'll give you a hint. Price is falling. Well, anytime the price is sideways, ranging sideways, or falling, pay attention to the bottoms of the energy. Anytime the price is sideways or rising or sideways, pay attention to the tops of the energy. Top. This was bearish divergence. Bearish divergence. This was a little bit of bullish divergence. This energy was lower than this energy. This energy was lower than this energy for bullish divergence. But bullish divergence. Bullish divergence. Prices sideways or falling. Pay attention to the bottom of the energy. Prices sideways or rising. Pay attention to the tops of the energy. In this case, we're paying attention to the bottom. We have that bullish divergence. Green popped up. Green popped up. Red's going up from magenta lower. Price is going up from magenta lower. Consistent with this bullish divergence that we were seeing with the energy. 5 days, 8 hours remaining in the current 13-day candle. Bullish divergence in the 8-day. Bullish divergence in the 10-day. Yeah, bullish divergence in the 10-day. Bullish divergence 11-day. Certainly see it in the 12-day. Yeah, definitely see it in the 12-day. All right. One more group. This would be the midterm group. 8-day, top left-hand corner. 15-day, 16-day, 17-day, 18-day, 19-day, 20-day, 21 days divided by 7 days in a week is 3 weeks. Red is still above yellow, level 50. So the price is still above yellow, B-band basis. Bullish divergence in the 20-day. This may only go up to around the aqua upper at 74,000, just shy of 75,000. Slowly. All right, looking at the 19-day, let's go full screen with the 19-day. Red is just above magenta upper. Red is right at magenta upper. Price is right at magenta upper. There's magenta upper B-band, there's magenta lower. Magenta upper, price is just a smidget above magenta upper. We currently have upward pressure because red is above level 50. The energy went above level 50. We have upward pressure. In this high of a time frame, 19-day time frame, we would have more increased odds of seeing expansion up if that red can get above white upper. Just as back here. Red is above white upper. Once we have that energy and green above white upper, and then the red is also above white upper, expansion up in this high of a time frame, the 19-day time frame. Just because red and blue and energy and green are above 50, that really doesn't mean that much in this high of a time frame. It means more when that red is about to go up from the white upper, and the energy, blue and green, are all above 50. But especially once that blue starts going above white upper along with the red, yeah, you can begin to see significant move upward with expansion. All right, we're not paying attention to this indicator, only this one and this one. All right, but the red's not ready to go up from white upper. Here we did have overextension up, and I mentioned this early in the stream on the 22-day time frame. I want to say it was the 22-day time frame. This is the 19-day. The 22-day time frame right here. Red's right at magenta. Let me go full screen with that. Red's right at magenta upper. Yet the price went up from magenta upper in the 22-day. Here the red is just a smidget below magenta upper, just as the red is just a smidget below magenta upper here. Does this mean we're going to have a significant move to the upside like we did right here, where it went up to in between the aqua, went up into in between the aqua and orange upper B bands right here? Will we see that here, somewhere between the aqua and orange upper B band, somewhere between 74,850 and 89,500. It's possible, but again, going to the aqua or orange upper that quickly without the red anywhere near the aqua orange. Like here, the red is at the aqua. So the price held above the aqua in this 22-day time frame. But like here, we went up to the aqua and the red's not at the aqua. Aqua's here. Red was right here and we made it up to the aqua. All right, we kept the green, showed that we could overextend up to the orange upper, which that's what we did. But the red turned down right at aqua upper. We just couldn't keep going up. Like here, notice how the red remained above aqua upper all along here. But here the red is nowhere near aqua upper. So us going up from aqua upper and remaining above aqua upper for a sustained period of time, I just don't see that. So if we do go up to aqua upper, and especially the orange upper, that is overextension up. That is a setup. That is flat out manipulation. We're not ready to go up significantly with authority for a sustained period of time. It's not ready for that. Will we see that anytime soon? I don't think so, based on what we see in the world, socially, politically, geopolitically, financially, and economically. I just don't see it. All I see is flat out manipulation. In traditional markets, such as stocks, bonds, commodities, forex currencies, and cryptocurrencies. All I see right now at the moment is flat out manipulation, all for different reasons, different purposes. Cryptocurrency, they want to keep it manipulated down. They don't want to dare let it get up to or above 100,000. That would have too many people wanting to exit their fiat monetary system and get into cryptocurrency. They don't want that. So they're going to keep it manipulated down. But their own manipulated system, the stock market, the bond market, well, the bond market is different. Forget I said bond market, but stock market, commodities, currencies, they're different. But especially stock market and commodities, they're going to keep those manipulated up while keeping cryptos manipulated down. All for their purpose, for their agenda. And again, y'all know they want the stock market up to go along with the narrative that their actions supposedly stopped inflation and got the economy to going better. But you and I both know the economy is not better. The economy is worse. There are job layoffs galore. There's less job openings. What few job openings are available, actual citizens are having to compete against illegal immigrants, etc., etc. There's all kind of crap going on socially, politically, geopolitically, financially, and economically. Again, what we're seeing in markets, all markets right now, is total, pure, straight up manipulation. All to push a narrative. Crypto bad, fiat currencies good, stock market good, okay, therefore the economy is okay. Bullshit. Bullshit. Pardon my English. Yeah, we currently have upward pressure with the red above yellow level 50 in this 22-day time frame, and this upward pressure continues until the white energy or the pink energy comes down to or below level 50. Red's not ready to go up from white upper, anytime soon. We still have 18 days, 7 hours in the current 22-day candle. It's practically just begun, and that red's nowhere near white upper. So some 18 days plus 22 days is 40 days. 40 days. That puts us right up to or near the election. That next 22-day candle, we may see a death triangle. The left side of the triangle, the right side of the triangle, next 22-day candle. Then the next 22-day candle after that, we may see that red going down from yellow level 50, so the price going down from yellow B-band basis, going down from 51,150. Again, I don't, this is my opinion now. I don't, at least for the macro, Bitcoin, in my opinion, is not ready to go up yet with authority for a sustained period of time, like what we saw here and what we saw here. Red and blue above white. Red and blue above white. From here all the way to here. Or let's say above aqua. From here to here. Red and blue above aqua. But especially white. Yeah, our blue's above white, but hell, that may be resistance since red is below the blue. Here, red's above blue. I know that doesn't mean much, seeing how red was below blue here, and we slowly went up, where here it was much faster because red was above blue. We went up much faster, quicker. Here it was slow, methodical, controlled, which is usually the case when blue is above red. But yet still going up because red's going up from white lower, red's going up, from white upper, red's going up from white upper, price going up from white upper. Now the red's above aqua upper, price, candles opening and closing at or above aqua upper, all in here. Red's nowhere near white upper. Red's nowhere near white upper. Yet the price is just below white upper. Where is white upper? 65,800. 65,800. 65,800 is white upper. We may still just be ranging sideways here. If we do go up significantly to the aqua or the orange upper, that is overextension up. That is a setup. They're trying to stimulate euphoria to say, hey, the bull market's here, we're going. Everybody's exiting fiat currencies into cryptocurrencies. BS. That red is nowhere near white upper. I believe that is a bull trap if you see that occur. Mainly because what I also know that those who manipulate are up to socially, what all they're stirring up socially, economically, financially, politically, and geopolitically. There's too many things going together that we have to factor in. We can't just only look at the indicators. We have to also factor in what's going on socially, economically, politically, and geopolitically around the world, not just in the U.S., especially since cryptocurrency is a world currency. And yes, it is currency. Bitcoin is not a commodity. It's not a security. It's a currency. It's stinking money. You can buy stuff with it. No, I don't see 100K. I'm not even going to say when 100K is here until red and blue in that 22-day time frame are up above white upper. 22-day time frame. Red and blue are both going up from white upper. We have the blue up above it. Is that red above white upper? No. I might begin discussing 100K if we can also see this red in the 22-day time frame above white upper. Until then, it's not even in my vocabulary at the moment. It's not even in my vocabulary at the moment. So as far as when 100K, when, can't say when yet, because it's not even in the picture until this red gets above white upper. Till that red line gets above white upper. Then we can begin to discuss the potential for 100K. But until then, I'm not even going to discuss it. I'm not even going to discuss it. Or Caesarians, CJT, or Caesarians. Profess Jews, but they're not. They're Caesarians, which is to say Ukrainian. But I won't go into politics and geopolitics. I won't go there. Everybody's entitled to an opinion, including yours. Does that mean I have to disrespect you as a person or hate you as a person just because we may disagree about things socially, politically, geopolitically, financially? No, I don't have to hate you as a person. We should all be civilized. Everyone has a right to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, etc., as long as you do not harm anyone physically or threaten physical harm to anyone. Because once you begin to make it physical, to threaten physical harm or doing actual physical harm, then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. So we should learn to respect each other's opinion and right to their opinion, just so that we can reason with one another. If we can't respect one another's freedom to speak and to have an opinion, then we can't reason. We can't figure out problems and issues and come and have peace with one another. So anyone threatening speech, to have discourse, to reason with one another, they are corrupt. They are corrupt. Anybody that wants to control anybody's speech, no matter how hateful it may sound to them, what's hateful to one person may not be hateful to another. It's people's opinion. Let other people hear that opinion and then let those other people decide whether or not they agree with that opinion. Does that mean that if they don't agree, that they are to hate that person? No. It just means they disagree. We should all learn to love one another, not hate one another, especially to the point of doing physical harm to another. Life is very precious. Very precious. We need people to start valuing life more these days, but unfortunately life has been valued much less as of recent. Day, red and blue and energy and green are going up from level 50. I'm going to say the 27-day and the 4-week. See here again. Let's go full screen with the 4-week. Especially this high of a time frame, 4 weeks. Remember I said 3-week, especially? Hell, even the 19-day or the 22-day, that's 1 day over 3 weeks. You know, we prefer to see the red and blue going up from white upper to see the B bands expand, open up, and the price go up with expansion. And as long as that red and blue remain above white upper, we can continue to see that expansion up. In this case, the red went above aqua upper. Is the red anywhere near white upper to see expansion up? No. Yeah, everything's above 50, but y'all, this might potentially be a death triangle being formed, and the blue at white aqua that may be resistance. White aqua 65,500. If we begin to go up from aqua upper, if we see the price push up to aqua upper at 70,900, and then it begins going up from that, from aqua upper, is this red anywhere near aqua upper or white upper in this 4-week time frame? No. Here it was. So we could see the price go up and continue going up for a sustained period of time. We cannot expect that here. The red's still too low. It's down here near magenta upper. So in my opinion, we're still kind of ranging sideways with a downward trend. Still ranging sideways with pretty much a downward trend, not an upward trend. Yeah, there will be another altcoin season eventually, but in my opinion, not until after or in sometime in 2025. Because I believe we're about to have some major economic and especially financial crashes approaching. Because when banks fail, exchanges are going to fail, including crypto exchanges that get fiat monetary deposits that are held in a bank. If that bank that exchange is using fails or gets hacked, watch out. If you have capital on that exchange, watch out. No matter how much profit you may think you have at that time, it's going to be exactly that. You think you have it, but you don't until it's actually in your control. It's not on that exchange. Because I'm telling you, there is a social, political, geopolitical, financial, and economic catastrophe approaching. And many are oblivious to the fact that it is approaching. But it is approaching. It is coming to a head. And don't think crypto won't be affected, because crypto is still tied too much to the fiat monetary system, including exchanges, which are centralized. Anything that's centralized that crypto is communing with, that can affect crypto. That's why I like Cardano and their what's the word for it? Rant, let's say. Their main rant is decentralize everything. And they're actually working towards doing it on their platform. Cardano is. Decentralized everything, including governance, including government. Decentralize everything. Yeah, the level of that red line, we do see a little bit of divergence, bearish divergence. Price was rising in the 4-week. Energy is falling, trending down. Here the price was falling, the energies were rising, while the price was falling. When the price is falling, you pay attention to the bottoms of the energy. When the price is rising, you pay attention to the tops of the energy. The tops of the energy. Price is falling, you pay attention to the bottoms of the energy. Energy rising while the price is falling, bullish divergence. Yeah, we may go up because, yeah, we currently have upward pressure. Energy green and blue are above yellow level 50. Red, in particular, is above level 50. So when that energy gets above level 50, we have upward pressure that lasts for how long? Until the energy goes back down below 50. So yeah, we currently have upward pressure at the moment. And during a period of upward pressure, ranging sideways at best, ranging sideways at worst, upward at best. Currently upward, this 4-week candle that has 12 days, 7 hours remaining. The next 4-week candle begins October 7th. That may be the last 4-week candle in which we see or have upward pressure for quite a while, because the next 4-week candle after that, there may even be very few exchanges for us to trade on. Why? Hell, who knows what's about to happen? We may have many exchanges hacked. We may have some corrupt owner of exchanges saying that they were hacked when they weren't and take everybody's money. I'm telling you, there's a lot of crap that's about to go down here soon that's coming to a head. You can't help but see it coming. I don't know if y'all can see what I see, but you can't help but see it coming. Thoughts on Monero privacy? We got to get government. We the people got to get government in line before these governments will even allow Monero. The way they are currently pressuring centralized exchanges not to even allow Monero to be traded on their exchange in order to be allowed to be open as a centralized exchange. Right now, government still has too much control on many exchanges, especially Western governments. I'm not talking about Asian or East Asian or other governments like that where exchanges are in those governments. But like even in Europe, I want to say they definitely hound against Monero or privacy currencies. The only way that I'm going to get involved with privacy currencies, privacy cryptocurrencies, is once we the people have our government in fear of us instead of us being in fear of our government. When our government is finally fearing the people, then I may consider investing in privacy cryptocurrencies, but until then I'm not. But that's my opinion. That's me. Did on Cardano blockchain needed for more decentralization in politics, etc. DID. I know that stands for something. brain fart as to what DID stands for. Happy Banana. Yeah, October surprise, Tradester. Cardano thought about privacy, and soon we will have midnight. I agree. I'm looking forward to midnight. That will have shielded info, but at the same time, regulation compliance. This is the next level. I totally agree. Digital ID. Okay. So digital ID on Cardano blockchain needed for more decentralization in politics, etc. Yeah, I don't mind a digital ID if it's decentralized. But centralized? Oh, hell no. Hell no. All right, let's go back to lower time frames again for Bitcoin. The near-term group, 12-hour, 24-hour. Just a recap, remind you of that 24-hour. Red is still well above white upper. Red, level 89.9, you might as well say 90. Here's 93. On PAT, Phoenix Ascending True, it's 89.9, you might as well say 90. Red's well above white upper. White upper B-band still holding support. What is holding support? The candle closes at or above the white upper. As long as this red remains above the white upper, the odds of the candle closing at or above white upper is very high. Now, did I say we cannot go down to magenta upper? No. We could still see a wick down to magenta upper, but close at or above white upper, even though the price may go down to magenta upper at 61,440. You know, that is possible because we still have downward pressure at the moment. But hey, is this red below level 50? No. Therefore, since this red is not below level 50, downward pressure will cease the moment that energy turns up. The moment that energy turns up. Here, the red is below 50. Here, the red's above 50. Here, the red's below 50. In this case, since red is below 50, downward pressure continues even while the energy is rising until the energy gets above 50. Then we can have upward pressure. But here, you know, the red's below 50. So even though the energy was rising, that price is still falling. We still have downward pressure. Why? The red's below 50. Here's the red below 50. No. So the very moment that energy turns up, that price is coming up. Why? The red's not below 50. Here the energy was coming up, but did the price come up? No, it kept falling. Why? The red's below 50. Is the red below 50 here? No. So that's why I'm saying we may just be ranging sideways at the moment. Yes, there is potential to wick down to magenta upper at around 61,450. There's a chance for that. The next daily candle, there's a chance for that. The energy may still go down. The energy may still go down. The next 24-hour candle. Will it? You know, I don't know, but you know, there's a chance it can continue going down. But again, the moment that energy turns up, that price is coming up. Why? The red is not below 50. So that's why I say we're probably still ranging sideways here for a while. When looking at the daily, we're still ranging sideways here for a while, but then once that energy turns back up, it's on. It may be going up then. But back to this 22-day time frame, or I tell you what, Let's look at 6 week and 8 week. Yeah, let's look at 6 week and 8 week. 6 week and 8 week. 6 week, 8 week. Red in between white and aqua upper, hence white aqua. Price in between white and aqua upper, not white and aqua lower. Price is in between white and aqua upper. Red's between white and aqua upper. But now this next 6 week candle, 26 days, 7 hours. I don't know, y'all. I'm wondering if it's going to end up being something like this. It could go to the orange upper. It could go to the orange upper. $86,880. 86,880. Because just as here, the green went up to the orange upper, green to orange upper, price to orange upper, price to orange upper. $86,880. 26 days, 7 hours. $86,880. All right, let me look at 8 week for a moment. Orange upper here is 79,815. 79,815 roughly for orange upper. For Phoenix ascending true, not old Phoenix ascending. Phoenix ascending true. See how green's coming up, but the energy's not up yet. 12 days, 7 hours. The next 8 week candle that begins in 12 days and 7 hours. This red is right here at aqua upper. It's possible that that red can go up from aqua upper. Up, we're currently at aqua upper now. Aqua upper's 63,557. We're at 63,671, about $120 above it. So the next 8 week candle, 12 days, 7 hours from now, we can begin to see price. There's definitely potential to go up from the aqua upper to the orange upper. The potential is definitely there to do that when looking at the 8 week time frame. $79,800. Just a moment. And with some expansion. That have a time frame, red and blue. Let me make sure. Yeah, red and blue above white upper. Yeah, we can see expansion. All right, so depending on how much expansion we get, of that orange upper, let's make that, oops, let's make it orange. Let's put a price point there. Depending on how much expansion we get there, the next 8-week candle. Because I see that brewing, that energy gets above 50. See here when the red and blue got above white upper, red and blue. Of course we don't see the blue here because we didn't have enough data, but we didn't had enough data for the red. We're going up with expansion because the red's finally above white upper, and I'm sure the blue is above white upper here as well. Energy is above white upper. So will the energy be above white upper the next 8-week candle that begins 12 days, 7 hours from now? It's definitely doable because from here, next candle, to here, you see what the energy did from down here below 20 to 95. You know, resulted in that candle right there. So yes, you know, the energy can definitely get above white upper along with the red and blue. Yeah, so I can see orange upper the next 8-week candle is certainly possible. 86,313. But be advised, we start moving real good going up like that. Once around 80, I would begin selling. And this is me, this is my opinion. I would begin selling and use my profits to buy, this is me now, this is not financial advice, to buy some altcoin currencies such as Cardano. That would definitely be one. GRT, FTM, PolyX, POLYX, and still hold a little bit of Bitcoin, knowing you're about to get a loss on that Bitcoin, knowing you're about to get some loss on the altcoin. Why am I saying some loss on the altcoin? Well, these altcoins haven't gone up near as much as Bitcoin has. They've been using the altcoins to accumulate more Bitcoin, especially in the margin trading area. They've been using altcoins to accumulate Bitcoin. So these altcoins have not gone up and stayed up the way Bitcoin has. So as far as how much room the altcoins have to go down, nowhere near as much as Bitcoin. That's my opinion. So yes, I would begin. Number one, it's important in my opinion not to have much capital on the exchange, especially here coming 2-3 weeks from now. That the closer 4 to 7 weeks, that range in there, 4 to 7 weeks, somewhere within that range, 4 to 7 weeks from now, tension is going to get worse in every regard, socially, economically, financially, politically, geopolitically. 4 to 7 weeks from now, things are really going to begin ramping up. At that point, if you haven't already gotten much of your capital off exchanges, I recommend doing so, because your capital would be at serious risk of vanishing. If not part of it, all of it. I'm telling you, it's certainly possible. But they may provide an illusion, they being private Western central banks, creating an illusion to the people as everything that they've done as far as interest rates or whatnot has supposedly solved inflation, when it has not. All the raising of the rates that they've been doing during a very, very depressed economy has only harmed the economy more, hasn't helped it. May have helped the stock market, but not the economy. That's two totally different things. Not local economies and world economies. Bottom line, period, just please be prepared to take your capital off exchange. Whatever capital you have on exchanges, be prepared to take it off soon. And when you do, don't fret about currencies, then the cryptocurrencies, whatever, going down. They will go back up eventually when exchanges open back up again, depending on which ones open up again, because some won't open back up again ever. They will fail. But those that do, you will be able to get back on exchanges again, trade again. Cryptocurrencies will go back up again. Just realize there will be a down period. Even for physical gold, I expect paper gold, paper silver, meaning gold and silver contracts on the CME, for example, I expect them to plummet along with the stock market. When the stock market plummets, they will too, because they're just paper derivatives of the real thing. It's not the real thing. So if you're holding any gold and silver, physical gold and silver, don't fret. They will go back up in price. They will go back up in price. The same as those cryptocurrencies that hopefully you take off exchange. I would be careful about depending on like USD Tether. Taking that off exchange and holding that, because fiat currencies inflate, so will tethered currencies to the US dollar or to the euro or whatever. So please be careful in that regard. I would just hold straight up real assets, whether it be gold, silver, land, and top 30 to top 40 cryptocurrencies. And the reason I would not hold a whole lot of Bitcoin, but hold altcoins instead, especially top 10, top 20 altcoins, is because they've already been depressed enough. I don't see them falling as much as Bitcoin. That's my opinion. And when they do go up, they will go up harder than Bitcoin will, in my opinion. That's my opinion. Can you include in meme coin into your trading, monitoring, and analysis pair? I think they are here to stay for this cycle. I'm only saying top 5 big cap meme coins like WIF, Pepe, Bonk, Doge. I'll think about it. I'm not messing with meme coins right now. When I'm back full time into this, yeah, I'll consider it, but not right now. I have no capital on CEX, centralized exchanges. Not your keys, not your crypto. Correct. Thank you for educating us. Yep, you're very welcome. But yeah, there is a chance, y'all, for us to go on up to, let's say, around 86,313, 86.3. They build euphoria, having people thinking, yeah, we're here, you know, and even the stock market would be going up at that time. It's a setup, y'all. It's a setup. That's my opinion. Because again, remind you, yes, that looks good currently. This looks good currently. But bearish divergence. Yeah, we currently have upward pressure, but bearish divergence. Bearish divergence. Bearish divergence. So just as we were going up here, energy was below 50. Yes, we went up a little bit more again. Went up to the orange upper B band. But that was it. Went up to the orange upper B band. But that was it. Bam. Came back down. That bearish divergence came into play. So be careful here. Yeah, we're probably going to go up. We might go up to the orange upper B band. This currently at 79,855, but I'm estimating we may get some expansion the next 8-week candle that begins 12 days, 7 hours from now, and that expansion may go on up to around just a little bit above 85K. Could be right at 85K and not be 86.3. It may only be around 85K or 84K. You know, I have no clue how much this B band will expand, open up, and result in the price going up, pushing that B band up, forcing it to expand, open up. You know, how much? You know, I don't know. 85K sounds about like a good round number, but that might be it. That might be it. The next 8-week candle, because the next 8-week candle after that's December 2nd. So sometime during the next candle, don't be surprised if we see it go up, but then have a huge wick above it because it ends up coming down. Because those who manipulate dump Bitcoin hard, along with the stock market. Don't be surprised if that happens. And they do it just before exchanges and banks are hacked. Just before exchanges and banks are hacked. Then you're really in trouble. You thought you got hit hard with the dump. You're really hit hard when what you may have had left, you no longer have access to it because your exchange and or bank was hacked. I've lived through a hack before, a Bitfinet's hack, that I lost what was a lot to me at the time. Approximately 70K. You know, that was a lot to me at the time. It hurt. I did not like seeing that. 68K. I just round up, say 70K, but it doesn't feel good to lose your money from a hack. You didn't even have a chance to trade it. You know, I was in a trade when it was hacked. Will ETH hit 10K before BTC hits 10K? Oh, man. Good question. I don't know. 100K. Okay, that's fixing to say. I honestly don't know. Again, I'm not even going to discuss Bitcoin going to 100K until we see both red and blue Just a moment. Just a moment. Until we see both red and blue in this 3-week time frame. We see red and blue get above white upper level 70. Red and blue, both of them, get above white upper level 70. We see that, then I'll discuss 100K. But I need to see that first. Is it possible to see pretty close proximity to 85K in the near future? Sure, that's possible from what we're seeing at the moment. But I see that as a setup, a bull trap. Mainly based on what's going on in the world, socially, politically, geopolitically, financially, economically. Mainly because of that. That's another reason why I have a hard time seeing both the red and blue getting above white upper in the 3-week time frame anytime soon. Yeah, they may begin to curve up towards it that next 3-week candle, but I wouldn't count on it the next 3-week candle after that, then the next 3-week candle after that, both of them getting above white upper, because at that point, now we're into November. We've already had a U.S. election, and I believe there's going to be chaos in the U.S. regardless who wins the election. Regardless. Doesn't matter who wins. There's going to be quite a bit of social problems going on in the U.S. But I believe there's going to be a lot of stuff going on socially, a lot of social uprisings and stuff around the world here very soon for various reasons. A lot of it having to do with this mass migration to replace populations and create division, to divide and conquer, bring in their central bank digital currencies to control all of us. Again, that's my opinion. But yeah, even though the 8-week looks good at the moment, I wouldn't count on us continuing going up real hard for a sustained period of time. I just can't see it. Because again, remind you, bearish divergence in the 8-week. Bearish divergence in the 6-week. Yeah, we currently have upward pressure, but we have bearish divergence potentially forming. Looking at this 10-week. Yeah, in 12 days, 7 hours, we get a new 10-week candle where, yes, that energy in green may turn up, but I expect the peak of that energy to be lower than this one, which is lower than this one. In other words, bearish divergence. Bearish divergence. So yeah, we may be going up at the moment, but hey, sideways at worst, ranging sideways at worst at the moment, upward at best. Because we may not go to that orange upper B band in the 8-week at a proximity to 85K. We may not. It may still stay in between 75K and, let's say, 60K or 61K. 75K and 61K. Until a dump, because in my opinion, bearish divergence is forming, and you can see it in the 6-week, 8-week, even this 5-week. High energy, less higher energy while the price is rising. The tops of the energy are falling. This energy is currently coming. We have a new 5-week candle beginning in 12 days, 7 hours. That energy, the next candle may be right at about level 50. Yes, we could go up to the aqua upper in the 5-week at around 71,100. Because the blues right here at aqua upper, that aqua upper might be our resistance. So that might be all we do is aqua upper. But can we go to orange upper? Yes, it's possible. It's possible. Guaranteed? No, not necessarily. No. 5-week red and blues above white upper, so we can see expansion up. It can go up to the orange upper in the 5-week with the red and blue above white upper, red and blue above white upper. But will they red be above white upper the next 5-week candle that begins in 12 days 6 hours? I don't know. It may be just below it, but it could curve up right above it. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. But for now, this is the daily, the 24-hour. Yes, we currently have downward pressure, but as I pointed out maybe 20-30 minutes ago, the moment that energy turns up, that price is going up. Remember me bringing up when the red is below level 50, the energy turns up. Nope, we still have downward pressure. That price can keep falling even though the energy's rising. Why? The red's below 50. Here the red is not below 50. So in this case, the moment the energy turns up, now we have upward pressure. Price can go up. Here the energy turns up, but the price kept falling because the red's below 50. Our red's not below 50. It's well above 50. So if that energy turns up, price is coming up. That's why, and also keep in mind the red is well above white upper. Red is well above white upper. This white upper B band may continue to hold support. We may continue, even though we currently have downward pressure at the moment, we may continue to range sideways with the white upper holding support until this energy turns back up again. Once it does, bam, we could go up again to the orange upper B band at around 67K. You see how we went up to the orange upper B band here? Green went up near orange, level 100, went up near the orange upper B band. That green turns up again. We hit that orange upper B band, orange level 100 again, we could get near the orange upper B band again. All of these, green nearing the orange, price nearing the orange. A lot of times when you see that, that brings into probability of hitting the orange upper B band when that green approaches the orange. It's not guaranteed to hit the orange. It wicked kind of close to the orange, didn't get quite there. But especially if that red gets above aqua upper, yes, odds are very high of hitting the orange upper. But if the red is below aqua upper as it was here, then no, you may not hit the orange upper. Here the red is at or above aqua upper at the moment. So that next daily candle, if we turn up while that red's still above aqua upper, then the odds are very high for us to run up to that orange upper. It's currently at 67,900, but hey, we would still have expansion. The next candle, that orange upper B band will continue to go higher. It could be around 68,500 then, just shy of 70K. Then the next candle, the next daily candle. Well, actually, I'm bullish at the moment. I'm just wanting to prepare everyone for the bear. But yeah, I'm currently bullish at the moment. You know, for short to near term, that's, let's say, over the next 3-4 weeks, I'm bullish. But after that, beware. Because of the bearish divergence I'm seeing, especially in the 6-week and the 8-week time frame. Have to be cautious, but also because of what we're seeing going on in the world socially, politically, geopolitically, economically, and financially. There's too much crap coming to a head that we cannot ignore. Because in my opinion, the WEF, the World Economic Forum, has threatened to attack us with a hack of the financial system. It's just a matter of when are they going to do it. When. I think it's certainly very possible sometime within the next 4 to 7 weeks. 4 to 7 weeks. Which would take us on just past the election, but it could occur just before the election, especially if they think it's rather obvious that Trump is going to win and there's nothing that they can do, no matter how much they cheat, in order to prevent that. Therefore, let's go ahead and create those events now and not even have an election. You know, that too is possible. But I guarantee you those events will affect markets, will affect exchanges. They most certainly will. In my opinion, we are deluding ourselves to assume that those who manipulate the markets have been controlling everything. The corrupt people who've been doing all this for decades. We're only deluding ourselves to think that they're not going to go down without a fight. Because they know Trump gets in office, they're going down. They are an animal backed into a corner, and they are about to come out striking fiercely. Because if they don't, they know they're dead. Or at least in prison. They don't want that. They're going to fight. And if they have to bring all of us down with them, so be it. Meaning, if they have to bring us to all-out nuclear war and bring us all down with them, they'll do it out of spite. Seriously, they will. We're heading into pretty bad times. I haven't gone into a lot of talk about political and geopolitical stuff, but serious times are approaching, y'all. They are. We can't ignore them and assume that markets will not be affected. Oh, they most certainly will. They will. All right, Ron. Enjoyed having you, bud. Enjoy the rest of your day. So you disagree with those who stick with technicals and disregard all fundamentals? I believe fundamentals are important, but I put more emphasis on technical than I do fundamentals. But from what I'm seeing at the moment, our bearish divergence that's slowly forming in the 6-week and 8-week, that bearish divergence is slowly lining up with what we're seeing going on socially, politically, geopolitically, economically, and financially. It's slowly lining up. That's my opinion. I pay attention to them both. Fundamentals, to me, in which include social, political, geopolitical, financial, and economic analysis. That's fundamentals. I don't get into fundamentals as far as like with stocks, with different companies, the fundamentals within the company that could affect the value of a stock, or fundamentals with cryptocurrencies, and what's the utility of the cryptocurrency, its blockchain, how well or not it was built, things of that sort. Of course, those fundamentals we should get involved in with cryptocurrencies before even attempting trading that cryptocurrency, which I had to learn that the hard way, such as Luna. I had no clue what its utility was at the time whenever I bought Luna. I didn't know its primary utility was a currency tethered to the US dollar. And when it started dumping, I had no clue at the time that it was no longer the same value as the US dollar. It was plummeted. I had no idea at the time. I had to learn that lesson the hard way. But I still value technicals more than fundamentals. But do I ignore fundamentals? No. No. ADA is still going up. I may touch upon ADA here for a moment, and then I'm going to call it quits, y'all. Let me get that up, get that back down, get that back down, get that back down. Uh-oh, this alarm is about to sound. Red and blue above 50. We're getting on up here towards our aqua upper. The next 3-day candle, that red could go up from white upper, meaning we will have increased odds of seeing expansion up. I'd have to say our next resistance level would have to be 44-45 cent range. Have to be. Well, the immediate one would be 40 cents, but then after that 45 cents. If we see expansion, 45 cents. No expansion, 40 cents. This is the 2-day. Red's not going up from white upper, but the price is going up from white upper. Red's not going up from white upper, but price is going up from white upper. Since that's the case, I think we may see a pullback from 40 cents. Does that mean that that's it and it keeps falling? No. Just anticipate a potential pullback at around 40 cents, but then it could keep going up. How do we know that? Well, let's look at the near-term group, meaning let's look at time frames higher than the 2-day and 3-day. Let's look at the 4-day right here, 5-day here, 6-day here, weekly here. Weekly, 5 days, 6 hours remaining. Red and blue are right at yellow. Price is approaching right at yellow, just shy of 40 cents. The next weekly candle, we could go up from yellow B-band basis because red and blue could go up from yellow level 50. We're already starting to see the price going up to magenta upper, which makes sense. Red and blue at yellow and green showing the overextension up to magenta upper. That would be the obvious next target. Still that 5-day, the red is 40, might as well say 43. 43.7, not above 50. We could see expansion up. Let's see, I want to go to the super macro to look at the 2 week, 3 week, 4 week, 5 week, 6 week, 8 week, 10 week, 12 week. Let me see what the inputs are. 9, 6, 1, 2, 2, 6. Red's going up from magenta upper, magenta lower. Red's going up from magenta lower in the 6 week. Price going up from magenta lower in the 6 week. 26 days, 6 hours remaining in the current 6 week. Yeah, magenta upper 45, just shy of 46 cents. That's our current resistance. I just have a hard time seeing us going up from magenta upper B band with authority for a sustained period of time. I just do not see that. Here, the red's above magenta upper. Price went up from magenta, red is above magenta lower. Price went up from magenta lower. White upper, was the red ready to go up from white upper here? No, white upper acted as a resistance. See, when the red is ready to go up from white upper, then yes, price can go up from white upper with expansion. Again, that's a 6 week time frame. That's a very high time frame. So the red and blue just going above 50 for expansion up or below 50 for expansion down. This high of a time frame, no, you don't see that very often. Typically, you need to see the red and blue get above white upper to see expansion up in the 6 week, or go down below white lower, level 30, to see expansion down in the 6 week in those very high time frames. Normally that is the case. Not always, but normally. Here we don't even have enough data for the blue. That's the 10 week. Here's the 8 week. Red is above magenta lower. In fact, red's above yellow. So price 49. I'd have to say 50 cents when looking at the 8 week. I want to go with the highest for the highest part of the range and the lowest for the lowest part of the range. So I'm going to say 45 to 50 cents. We have potential for that with ADA, but that may be it. 45 to 50 cents. Example, back at the 4 week, red is not even above white lower. And what, we're supposed to go up from white upper with authority, with expansion, and the red is nowhere near the white upper in the 4 week. Same thing for this indicator. Red's nowhere near white upper. It's down here white lower. Alright, so yeah, we might go up to the white upper, 50, 51 cents. But going up from that for a sustained period of time, meaning the altcoin bull market is here, no, that's the 4 week time frame. meaning nearly a month for each candle. And that red is nowhere near white upper in the 4-week. If I changed it to the 1 month time frame, let's have a look. Red's right at white lower. Red's right at white lower. Just below white lower. Just below white lower. In the 1 month. Red's nowhere near white upper. Present day. Red's above white upper. We go up from white upper with authority for a sustained period of time. And we're just not ready for any kind of sustained period anything at the moment. With authority. This was with authority. You know, could it be a slow, methodical up over a long period of time? Yes, you know, that's possible. But to go up with authority, shoot up with authority real hard like right here, no. I'm not seeing that. You know, up with authority to new all-time highs, you know, up with authority to all-time high, I'm not seeing that. That red is nowhere near white upper, much less even yellow B-band basis. That could be it, 40 cents, yellow B-band basis. We still have 6 days, 6 hours remaining in the current 1 month candle. 6 days, 6 hours remaining in the current 1 month candle. The next monthly candle, yeah, we may see the red begin to go up from white lower. Possibly be right at magenta lower. The red line may be right at magenta lower. But anywhere near white upper, no. No, I just don't see that. In my opinion, we're not ready to go up hard with authority like what we did here. Like what we did right here. Well, let's see. Red. Yeah, we could do something like this here, but to go up with authority to new all-time highs, no. We need the red to get above, preferably red and blue, to get above white upper. To go up hard with authority for a sustained period of time. Here we went up pretty hard, but then came right back down. If we had a blue, I think we would have seen that a blue was not above white upper. Only the red got above white upper. And it came immediately right back down. So, you know, could we get up even higher to maybe near 60? Sure, it's possible, but I'm telling you, if it gets up that high, like to aqua upper, and this red line is nowhere near aqua upper, see here, red is at aqua upper, so yeah, the aqua upper can hold support. But if that red is nowhere near aqua upper, like right here, red was nowhere near aqua upper, price came right back down. Or if the red did go up to aqua upper but then goes down from aqua upper, well, price can go down from aqua upper. But red, you know, is nowhere near this aqua. So if we push up to the white aqua upper and the red is nowhere near white aqua upper, that move up, I would anticipate it to come back down rather quickly. Keeping in mind, this is the 1 month time frame. So when I say rather quickly, you know, yeah, we might go up to white aqua upper the next 1 month candle during early October, but beware, that may be a trap, or it's likely is a trap. Mainly because I would anticipate exchanges to get hacked soon. Or claimed to be hacked when they weren't. because others were hacked. Thoughts on the 4-year cycle, which has proven to be consistent since 2009. Will it finally break? I'd have to say that depends on who's elected. If Trump ends up actually being elected, even though we might likely see a hack of the financial system, exchanges and all that, I believe that is quickly approaching. They want to crash their system to reset their system with a central bank digital currency, but they need to destroy their current system and have an event as to for the reason why, something that they created themselves to provide their own solution, central bank digital currency. I still believe there's going to be a hack of the financial system, which would include exchanges. We're still likely to have that, so we may see a down. Yeah, it's going up at the moment. Yes, we have upward pressure at the moment. But in my opinion, this upward pressure is not going to last. It's going to come back down again. And if Trump is elected, once some banks get back online, exchanges, including crypto exchanges, open back up again, everybody has internet again, able to trade again, but we need liquidity, we need money. So it also depends on how bad of a financial hack of the banking system and exchanges. That's going to determine how much liquidity we would have or not coming back into the markets. You know, it's hard to say. I don't know how much the markets would go up. They would go up, especially if Trump got into office. I know they're going to plan on accumulating a lot of Bitcoin. I think many governments will, especially if Trump is elected. So the liquidity would mainly be coming from countries and big corporations. Yeah, I could see that. But as far as the bulk of that liquidity coming from small people like us, nah. Many of us will have been harmed financially and not necessarily have the money to get involved in markets and really benefit the way big corporations and big governments will. So as far as the 4-year cycle goes, yes, we could still have a 4-year cycle, but every 4-year cycle that has not looked the same. They certainly have not. Bitcoin. Let's go to BLX. We have more data on BLX. This was the largest move in Bitcoin history. From 2010 to 2011, really from right here, the bottom right here, from 1 cent, all the way up to $31 and change. That was the largest move ever for Bitcoin, ever. But then here's a true legitimate 4-year cycle right here, where we had our bear market and our bull market from 2011 to, let's say, 14 and 14. Then we started dumping hard here in early 14. 2011, 12, 13, 14. We have a bear cycle in 14, bull cycle in 11, 12, 13, 14. Bull cycle to bear. Now then the next bull cycle, or next 4-year cycle, bull to bear, if we're looking at it that way. Bull to bear. If we're looking at the 4-year cycle that way, starting with the bull, or starting with accumulation to bull, starting with accumulation to bull, starting with accumulation to bull, then all of the bear. Thanks, Gilliok. Do you believe in Elliott wave theory? Yeah, to a certain degree, yeah. About market is about to flop, hoping can do a last push before that happens. Yeah, I see a push up before a dump. Yeah, I see a push up before a dump. We could go up to somewhere between 85 and 87K. Bitcoin could. Oh, certainly could. Somewhere between 85 and 87. It certainly is possible. I see that possible. But beware. That's a trap. There may be a lot of people at the time screaming, hey, we're going to 100K, 200K. No. Be careful. That's a trap. That's my opinion, of course. Because I think we're going to need to see another dump, a significant dump. After this setup, after this bull trap they're setting up, we'll have to see one more dump and then a collapse of the system, our current monetary system, which would also include a collapse of banks, which will affect exchanges that do banking with those banks, which will affect people who are on those exchanges, who deposited money in that exchange, who is using that bank that failed or was hacked or whatever. You know, there's a storm is approaching. It's coming. And it's going to take a while before we start having some more serious liquidity and begin to see the 4-year cycle for Bitcoin potentially resume and go up hard. I mean hard. From second quarter to fourth quarter 2025. Go up hard. You know, it's been a complete mess the first 3 years of this 4-year cycle. Oh, I'm going to say the first 2 years of this bull cycle, a complete mess. The first year being accumulation, accumulation really from here to here. Now bull, then sideways, then may go up again pretty decent, then wham, slam down pretty hard, and then go back up again after we've kind of let's say gotten rid of a lot of corruption and weeded out failing banks, bad banks. Only those that still left survived, and but still, again, a lot of people are going to be affected financially, including businesses and corporations that had money in banks. There's going to be a lot of people and corporations that are affected. Really, the bulk of any future liquidity in Bitcoin, the bulk of it will come from governments. That's my opinion. Will come from governments. Then next would be corporations that survived. Corporations that survived. Hedge funds that survived. But so, is there a chance for this 4-year cycle to still end up at 100K or higher? I'm estimating around 172K. Sure, that's still on the table for last quarter 4 of 2025. Last quarter of 2025. I'm still seeing potential 170K. But goodness, we're going to see a lot of crap occur this last quarter of 2024 and first quarter of 2025. It's going to be unlike anything the world has ever seen before, in my opinion. But then come second quarter of 2025, we may begin to see exchanges come back online, liquidity come back to exchanges, etc. Because I actually think it's going to be that bad when you hear me say back online and liquidity come back to exchanges. A lot of trust is going to be harmed. A lot of trust everywhere is going to be harmed. Yeah, 173K by quarter 4 of 2025. That means by the end of quarter 4 2025. That's still on the table. That's still on the table. It might, depending on how quick things can recover. What might? Bitcoin hitting 100K by December? That's possible, depending on what these globalist manipulating banks end up doing to our world, socially, politically, geopolitically, economically, and financially. I think they're going to have you think that that's what we're doing now, is going up to 100K. When we don't, it ends up pulling short. It goes up short of 100K to around 80, 88K. And then they begin to squeeze and it dumps. Then they take their profits, and then they have their events, their hacks of the financial system, whatever. Their last ditch effort to try to control us, to bring into being their central bank digital currency, because of all of the events that occurred, that they created themselves, to provide their solutions they created themselves. Yeah, that tax proposal of unrealized capital gains. Oh my goodness gracious. You want to destroy an economy, you do that, you most certainly will. Red's going up from white upper in the 3-day. Price is going up from white upper in the 3-day, but we need to see the green and the energy turn back up in the 24-hour to get expansion in the 3-day. But we definitely look like we could see expansion. We have a 65% of expansion up in the 3-day. We still have 2 days, 6 hours remaining in the current 3-day candle. We're about to get a new 2-day. I'm not going to assume this energy is still falling, because by the time this 2-day candle closes, it could be rising. Depends on how much it goes up. I just don't see it going up real hard just yet when looking at the 5-day and 6-day. $66,700. Maybe our current resistance. 2 days, 6 hours remaining in the current 6-day candle. Yeah, the white upper, 66,720. I'd have to say that's our resistance right now over the next 2 days and 6 hours. 66,720 over the next 2 days, 7 hours. That's our current resistance. Now we need to see if this red and blue can get above white upper in the 6-day and the 5-day. That's going to take some time, y'all, to see some serious expansion up to around 85 to 88K. If we can't get this red and blue in the 5 and 6 day, both of them above white upper level 70, then no, we won't see an 85 to 88K. Might just go back near previous all-time highs, somewhere between 70 and 75K, and that's it. Before the election, and then bam, everything collapses. Either just before the election or right after the election. There's going to be chaos regardless of who is elected after the election. Will gold go up or down if the financial system takes a hit? That's paper gold, that's not real gold. It will go down along with everything else, because it's just paper manipulated. They want to wreck everyone, period. They will create contracts out of thin air and dump them on everybody. Yeah, actual physical gold is a safe haven in my opinion. Especially physical silver is even safer in my opinion. But paper gold, no. Gold contracts, no. If it's not in your possession, not under your control, no. It's not a safe haven if it's not under your control. Somebody else is holding it for you. Say you supposedly own physical gold, but somebody else is holding it. No, you need to be holding it, period. Because governments can go to those institutions that are holding physical gold and silver for other people and take their gold. Seen them do it before. I could see them trying to do it again. Yeah, once we have this collapse, they will have to revalue the price of gold. And there will be a financial reset, just hopefully not based off what the World Economic Forum wants. Hopefully based off what we the people want. a lot of it, depending on what happens in the world, depends heavily on what happens this next coming U.S. election. That's going to have a dramatic effect on the rest of the world, depending on who is elected. But again, like I mentioned earlier, may not even have an election. Maybe be postponed due to an event or multiple events that they created. Still have an election if they create events before the election. We still will eventually have an election, but I believe at that point it will be a true election with paper. It won't be with machines. It'll be paper, all the ballots counted in one day, and we'll know who the president is at the end of that day, or into the wee hours of the morning, the next morning. We'll know. A chance for expansion up the next 2-hour candle, but man, I'm always skeptical when we're about to get a new 12-hour and 24-hour candle. 5 hours from now, we're about to get a new 12-hour and 24-hour. The 12-hour actually looks pretty nice. Red and blue above magenta upper. Red and blue above magenta upper. Green, red and blue above level 50. The next candle, the energy will be above level 50. We could go up from magenta upper. We have a chance to see expansion. The next 12-hour candle, we have a chance. Well, let's look at the 6-hour, see what that looks like. Yeah, there's a chance. Price falling, the bottom of the energy rising, bullish divergence, bottom of the energy rising, bullish divergence. Yeah, there's definitely a chance to see expansion up the next 24-hour candle. Yeah, I think we're going to see it. It will continue to slowly go up. Slowly go up. Excuse me, that's not the 6-hour. That's the 6-day. My bad. This is the 6-hour. Is that 961226? Yes. All right. This is the 8-hour. 3-hour, there's a chance for expansion up the next 3 and the next 4-hour. Yeah, that aligns with the next 12-hour too, and the next 6-hour. and the next 8 hour. Now I'm saying about 70% chance of, it's going up from 50 to 60 now, about a 70% chance of seeing expansion up the next, sometime during the next 24-hour candle. Alright, now let me make sure I don't see significant bearish divergence in a little bit lower time frames. No, I'm not really. So I'd say about a 70% chance of seeing expansion up the next 12-hour and 24-hour candle. And that's another 5 hours roughly. Sometime during the next 12-hour and 24-hour and 2-day candle, because we do get a new 12-hour, 24-hour, and 2-day candle in approximately 5 hours. We desperately need to see a candle close above this aqua descending diagonal trend line. That would be around 65,500, let's say. We need to see a close above 65,500. We need to see a 3-day candle close above 65,500. Thank you, Trudster. Articulate the best case scenario for Bitcoin. Right now, the best case scenario is 85 to 88K before seeing a dump. I still believe we are being set up for a bull trap. And where it dumps to, I have no clue. No clue. Not yet. I need to see the next 6-week, 8-week, because we do get a new 8-week candle. We get a new 2-week, 3-week, 4-week, 5-week, 8-week, and 10-week candle in 12 days and 5 hours. Actually, one of those time frames we get a new candle in 5 days, 5 hours. The rest of those time frames I mentioned will get a new candle in 12 days and 5 hours. At that point, I'd like to see the level of the red line in all of those time frames. Before answering a question such as that, as far as best case scenario for Bitcoin, as far as where it ends up falling down to after we get a potential pump up, right? Right now, I do see a chance for us to go up to at least somewhere between 70 and 75K, but could go as high as 75 to 88K, somewhere in that range. Could go up in that range, but I would say 88K would be about the limit before then falling again. Where it falls to, I don't know, because I need to see the level of the red line in multiple time frames in my super macro group to get an idea of where it could fall down to. Will premium subs ever have a chance to new education videos after you get done with your house? Most certainly. I'm creating all new material, especially with focus on opening, when to open and when to close for a scalp. When to open, when to close for a small swing. When to open, when to close for a large swing, and when to open, when to close for investing. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get into detail in all those, but I will also need to trade different ways, especially if margin trading. Need to have different amounts of margin based on the type of trading that you're doing. In my opinion, for scalping, I'd rather use a smaller amount of my equity with higher leverage than for swing trades where I may use a little bit more of my equity but less leverage. But yeah, I've had to learn the hard way as far as when to take profit, because I've gotten pretty good as far as when to open a trade. It's when to close a trade and take profit, or at least take partial profit while letting the rest ride. That's especially if your goal is scalping. If you're day trading, especially if your goal is to day trade and you are actually day trading, therefore you should be doing a lot of scalping with higher leverage, where really you don't plan on staying in the trade if the price moves against you, let's say up to 2%. In my opinion, if it moved that much against you, then you misanalyzed. You did not analyze properly. Really, in my opinion, if it moved against you more than 1%, you didn't analyze properly. If scalping. So again, if scalping, especially low time frame scalping, you didn't analyze properly. But yeah, I want to definitely create educational videos on that. I plan on investing a lot of time in creating educational videos on actual trading, opening, and most importantly, closing, while also discussing the leverage, the amount of leverage, how much profit to take under what circumstances. But also doing it with the new indicator, with the new Phoenix Ascending True Excess indicator. Because when I'm back to trading full time, I actually plan on doing a lot of scalping, where I just plan on stacking up a lot of small profits. But the point is being, it's a lot of small profits, where it won't bother me at all when I take a profit on a short. Let's say when it started coming back up and I close the trade, if it then turns around and ends up going back down, I will not fret. I will not feel bad. I will not allow myself to. The point is, I made profit. I just made profit. If I misdiagnosed that it continues going down, and I failed to take just partial profit, I ended up closing the entire trade, 100% of it. I didn't just take partial profit. I'm not going to fret, get upset over it. I'm not going to allow myself to. The important thing is, I made profit. Just be patient. Wait. even though you may have misanalyzed of it, potentially continue falling down further, and you didn't get back in it, let's say, and didn't see anything in the indicators to convince you to get back in it, because you just didn't, for whatever reason, didn't see enough downside pressure to justify getting back in it, don't fret. Don't get upset over it if it does end up going down more, where you could have made another additional decent profit. You can't beat yourself up over that. The important thing is, I got profit. I had analyzed at least part of it right and made profit and didn't have a loss. But also, in the event I do have a loss, it's small. It's not going to be large. But yeah, I plan on making a lot. I'm going to, majority of the educational videos are going to be more focused on actual trading rather than Wyckoff method. Yes, Wyckoff method is important for mid to long term and macro, but which basically means investing and large swing trading, but not necessarily for the day trader, for scalping. Red's above magenta upper, price is still above magenta upper. Okay, so we can assume the current videos are a little bit outdated. Yes. Yeah, they are basic, but there's not really, number one, there's not any mention of bullish divergence and bearish divergence, number one. And in my opinion, there's not enough info on opening, especially, mainly what I'm focusing on is the day trader, scalping. There's really nothing there, in my opinion, for day trading, for scalping. It's mainly just swing trading. But it's just basics there. There's not enough there. So I basically want to redo or create new educational videos, especially that incorporate the new Phoenix Ascending True Excess Indicator. Where I want to convince everyone, prove everyone that we can definitely make profits even as a day trader, while also making sure not to overtrade. There will be certain specific things that we are waiting for, period. If sometimes there ends up being a out of the blue overextension. Well, I can tell you this, about 80% of the time, when out of the blue there's an overextension, whether it's an overextension up or an overextension down, it was a fake out. Whether it's a fake out to the upside, bull trap, or a fake out to the downside, bear trap. Majority of the time, that overextension that just occurred out of the blue all of a sudden, majority of the time it was a trap. It's going back the other way. So don't be upset if you missed it. We're going to be patient and wait for certain things to appear in our indicators in multiple time frames before actually activating a trade. Period. While also considering not just the level of the red line to tell us where we may consider taking a profit, partial profit or 100% profit, closing the trade altogether, but also we're going to consider historical candles, historical support or resistance. Support for shorts, when we're open to a short, where was historical support? Or when we open a long, where was historical resistance? Okay, let's look at my indicators in multiple time frames. Where the red line is located in these few time frames here, the red and blue look like they're about to go up from white upper, and we are approaching getting very close to our historical resistance. Well, based on that red and blue in these multiple time frames about to go up from white upper, it looks like we are about to break out above that historical resistance. Therefore, when we get to that historical resistance, I'm only going to take partial profit and not close my trade altogether 100% profit. It's things like that we're going to put 1 and 1 and 1 together to equal 3. Where there's certain things that we want to see to open a trade. Then most importantly, where are we going to close the trade? When we do close, how much of that trade are we going to close? Based on not just where the red line is in multiple time frames, but also where is historical support and resistance in those time frames that we're looking at in regard to where the red line is in those time frames as well. When we're looking at the red line, is it about to go up from white upper? And is the blue about to go up from white upper as well in that time frame? Yeah, okay. If not, we're still quite a way from it. All right, where was historical resistance in that time frame? Because especially if we're nowhere, not quite there yet, that the red's only getting, let's say, to the yellow level 50, and it looks like, yeah, could be approaching, pushing up to the white upper, but we may overextend up to that white upper, but then that's it. We won't keep going up from it for a sustained period of time because the red line's not there. Therefore, I'm going to plan on at least closing 75% of my trade there. I'm going to say at least 50%, if not 75%. Then it starts going back down, because I'm expecting it to go back down, because the red line was not, especially if the red and blue, may have just been the red but not the blue. If it was just the red and not the blue, about to go up from white upper in a particular time frame, in that case, I may only close 50% of the trade and leave the other 50% open. But now it starts going down. There's going to come a point in time, let's say, especially if it went up to the aqua upper, or to the white upper, let's say the price comes back down to the magenta upper. In lower time frames, if I start seeing bearish divergence in lower time frames, and it looks like it can continue falling down further from the magenta upper, now I'm closing the trade altogether. But I still made profit on that trade. Not as much profit, but I still made profit. And most importantly, I didn't have any loss. But it's just things like that where I need to break it down piece by piece by piece, and not just totally focusing on where the red and blue lines are as far as the level within Phoenix Ascending True, within PAT, I call it, which would tell us the price action for our B bands. We're not just looking at that alone anymore. I'm also going to consider historical support and resistance in those time frames. When I say in those time frames, whatever time frame that where I'm seeing red and blue about to go up from white upper or go down from white lower, whatever time frame that is, I'm also looking at historical support and resistance in that time frame, because the white lower and the white upper within Phoenix Ascending is a key level, very key, which can often determine whether or not we see expansion, a significant move, whether it's expansion up or expansion down. So whatever time frame that I'm looking at with that red and blue approaching white upper or approaching white lower, in that time frame I'm also considering looking at historical support and resistance, because I will take at least some profit there, at least some, if not close it all together, because again, it depends on where's the red and blue at that particular time. When I decide, when the price does get up to that white upper, let's say on a long, or down to that white lower on a short, where's the red and blue at that time? That's going to tell me how much profit I'm going to take. I may end up closing the trade altogether. You'll see whenever I break it down into a video, and especially whenever I'm doing the trades live and live streaming. This new Phoenix is no different from the old Phoenix in regard to the level of the red and blue lines. What's the only difference? I have more control of how the red, blue, green, and energy reacts to price action. It will not lag as much as the old Phoenix. That's the key. The purpose of this new Phoenix is to reduce the lagging we would still get with the old Phoenix. That was the main reason for this new Phoenix, is to reduce our lag. Still, I believe the original Phoenix Ascending is the least lagging indicator you could possibly have. Or let me say it this way, the least lagging public indicator you could have. Now I believe Phoenix Ascending True, it says, or I call PAT, now I believe that is the least lagging indicator that I have in my arsenal, but I'm not making it public. On Phoenix Pitchfork, you mean as far as setting up a pitchfork? Actually plotting out a pitchfork, just like what I had done here. This descending pitchfork that I plotted here. Yeah, I need to create a video on that, because at the same time I can't say that you always want to put this one negative one and this positive one, that you always want to put them on the peak of the highest candle and the peak of the lowest candle. First I'll do that and then adjust the pitch to see where or how things line up on different levels. And of course I will have to show you on the pitchfork in a video on creating those levels. I'll do it like that, and if I have a hard time getting things to see where different resistance, support, all it is, not just paying attention where wicks of candles go to, but also where close of candles go. Like this one closed here on that, and this one wicked down to here. You know, I'm paying attention to wicks and closes. But if I can't get much to line up after putting the positive one at the highest wick and the negative one at the lowest wick here before it started trending down, as I adjust this, if I just, as far as getting close of candles and wicks of candles to line up with majority of stuff, everything won't line up, but majority of stuff will. You know, if I can't get the majority of stuff to line up, then I will change it from highest wick and lowest wick to highest close and lowest close. Then I'll do it that way. But in this case, in the lowest close, I would have used this here, this lowest close here, and this highest close here, instead of this highest wick here and this lowest wick here. For the close, I would have used this for the close right here, this lowest close and highest close, because if you look, doesn't this blue line go right here with that close, line up with that close whenever I extend the line? But you know, it's not just simple cut and dry rules that I say, all right, always have your positive one at the highest wick, your negative one at the lowest wick, and adjust your pivot until you have the majority of things lining up for your descending pitchfork or ascending pitchfork, depending on what the trend is. This is the 12-hour time frame, by the way. I'll have to create a video on it, because it's not just simple flat statements, do this, this, and this, and then you're done. No, because sometimes things don't line up based on where you had your positive one and your negative one on wicks. Then I find almost every time when I change it to closes on my close, then I can get majority of things to line up. But quite often things will line up on my wicks and I don't do the close. Don't do a pitchfork for the close. Oh, as far as color, no. All of these levels within the pitchfork are Fibonacci. These are Fibonacci levels. The majority of them. Not all of them, but the majority of them. True enough, 0.142 is not a fib level. 0.146 is a fib level. But I like using 0.142 for this yellow. For this yellow, I found it's more consistent more often, even on this wick down right here where it hit it. If I changed it to 146, it would be off. 0.382, that's a fib level. 1.236, that's a fib extension level. 1, that's a fib level. 1.618, that's a fib extension level. 0.618, that's a fib level. 786, 0.786, that's a fib level. Then there are times that I create levels. Now 0.382, that's a fib level. 1.382, that's a fib extension level. But here 0.844, that's not a fib. But there are times I just create a level. I just create one, and I'll play around with it, editing it, changing it, because I may see where the price goes up to something. See, like here, it goes up to something, right there, goes up to something where these candles are closing here, where it may go up to something. See where that candle closed here and then opened right there on that purple before going up. You know, sometimes I will save one level that I just manipulate, you know, just to have a level there. And then there will be times that I will throw my badass B bands on top of this while looking at my indicators with the badass B bands to then see what diagonal level, in this case descending diagonal trend line, for resistance, especially this red. That red has been resistance for quite a while. You know, even the white, see, resistance, pulled back from it, then broke out above it. If you would have looked at the indicators at the time, you would have saw a chance to break out above it, especially in the daily time frame. It's just a matter of having more and more information. That's all, you know. But even on my long-term trend, how that has always been my support level. That too is a pitchfork. These two are pitchforks. You see how this came down and hit that again, bounced right off of it. I've had these levels here for ages and have not changed them, haven't touched them. But as far as how I came about knowing where to put it, you know, again, that was, in this case, it was the highest close and lowest close, because I could not get to line up the highest wick and lowest wick. No matter how much I adjusted the pivot, I just didn't see stuff that I liked. I ended up liking the highest close and the lowest close more for whenever I adjusted my pivot to see where things lined up. But yeah, I can't just make a flat statement and say do it like this and you're done. No. I'll need to actually show you. Wow, my throat's actually hurting now, y'all. I haven't talked for a long period of time in a stream in quite a while. You know, I was intending on doing some painting today, but it's been so long since I've done a stream, and I told my premium subs I was needing to get Phoenix Ascending True Access. I needed to create an invite only script for that and give them access, so I took the time to do that last night before I just got too sleepy to stay awake. I wanted to do a Bitcoin analysis, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I was getting too sleepy, so I got some sleep and then got up this morning around 7:30, 8 o'clock, and then started looking at some charts and said, okay, let's do a stream. And I think I've been at this stream. How long has this stream been live? I don't know. It's been live a little while now. I created this chart here, gosh, I want to say it was right around here. This is the 1 week time frame. It was around November 2022 when I created this chart. So it's been about 2 years where we went up to the red, down to my 0.142, the yellow. Red. Then this positive 0.382, aqua, 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 aqua. See where the aqua acted as resistance here. But yeah, I've had this chart for quite a while, and you see coming down to that 0.142. 0.142, we bounced off of it again. And I created this back here. But yeah, I just use these. I don't go solely by these diagonal trend lines for support and resistance. Remember, I'm looking at my Phoenix Ascending indicator along with badass B bands. Where, like, if we were in a swing trade, let's say a short going down, I would look at the B bands there. All right, which B band is that? All right, then look at my red line. You know, then the green line when it crosses below the red line for that short to get an idea of where it could go down to. And I do it in multiple time frames. I can get an idea to see if it ends up lining up that we're going from here down to right around this yellow diagonal trend line again, and get an idea as to whether or not we may break down below it or not, based on where the red line is on Phoenix Ascending. Then look at my badass B bands to see if it looks like, for instance, that could have been the white lower B band right there on that way down. In fact, let's see what it was. Oops, that's volume. I don't have B bands on here. Give me just a moment. That was the orange lower. I don't even have Phoenix Ascending on this chart. Yeah, red went down from magenta lower. Yeah, the green could overextend down. Yeah, there was a strong likelihood of that yellow diagonal trend line holding support. Because at the time, I don't know if y'all can see that. See where it wicked down to that yellow diagonal trend line? That was the red lower B band. The red lower B band. Was the red anywhere near even the aqua, orange, or much less red lower B band? No. In other words, at the time I could see, gosh, that yellow diagonal trend line, it's right here with the red lower B band. So if we go down, even if we overextend down, there's a high likelihood that this yellow diagonal trend line would hold support. So not only could you close a trade, let's say around the aqua lower B band, a portion of it, while letting the rest ride, let's say to the orange lower B band, not having any idea it goes down to the red, but it did. It didn't have to, but it did, right down to this yellow diagonal trend line. But you'd also be telling yourself, planning ahead of time, look, this goes down to this yellow diagonal trend line based on what I'm seeing with this red line not showing. This is the weekly time frame now, 1 week time frame. All right, so it may have took several days for it to come down on this to do that. As far as it continuing coming down, not very likely based on where the red line was. It wasn't the red line was not even going down from the white lower at the time. All right, so this was clearly an overextension down. Excuse me, he was right here. And right here. In both cases. In this case, the red was even higher than what it was right here. But in both cases, we hit the yellow diagonal trend line. Anytime it went down to or near that yellow diagonal trend line, that actually wouldn't be a bad place to open a long position. Wouldn't be a bad place at all to open a long position. But it's things like that that I need to not only put in educational videos, but in my live streams for live trading, I need to do the same. Like, especially like we may be focused on day trading, scalping, but hey, we're not ignoring higher time frames such as this weekly. Not ignoring like the diagonal trend lines. Hey, this historically has been a significant level for this diagonal trend line here, and we're currently going down here at the moment. We could have been right here at the moment going down from this red diagonal trend line. Hey, we might go down to this yellow diagonal trend line, and we may tell by the indicators, yes, it's possible. Looks like we're going to get expansion down, and yes, it could overextend down, and we knew it would have to be overextension down because the red was nowhere near aqua lower, orange lower, or red lower. So it could go down to the orange, if not the red lower, and kiss that yellow diagonal trend line. In other words, I would have been ready to open any long position that just a little bit above that yellow diagonal trend line. But that's just one example on how these diagonal trend lines can be useful additional information. Do I go by them solely as far as the diagonal trend lines? Go by them solely for my support, when to consider support and resistance? No. It sounds like my wife may have a meal ready for us up there, y'all. I think I'm going to get ready to eat and give my voice a break. I have not done this in a while. I can tell I'm already starting to get a little bit hoarse. But I am getting kind of hungry because I've been doing it since this morning for at least 5, if not 6.5 hours, somewhere within that range. But I'm going to go and call it for now. Thanks for joining the stream, those who did join. Thanks, premium subs, for your patience. I'm sorry this house has been taking me longer than anticipated. That squirrel tearing up my soffit in the front. Of course, I mentioned that early at the beginning of the stream. That pissed me off. I have to go back and fix that. And I just painted it. Gosh, that made me mad. But anyway, I'm going to go and call it quits for the stream. Thanks again for joining the stream. And I hope everyone has an enjoyable rest of the day or evening wherever you are. Thanks again for joining the stream, and as always, stay awesome and stay true to being you. Just be yourself. Don't feel like you have to do whatever it is you need to do to fit in with anybody. Always just be yourself, but while being true to yourself. And again, as always, stay awesome.